Wait a second. Now you're recorded and now, yeah, go ahead, please.
So my screen actually is having some error. I don't know why some column is missing or something.
Are you? Yes. Now you're sharing. Okay.
Is visible?
Okay. Yeah, I can see your workflow. Okay. We can see your
when I'm
workflow.
going to for the process lab. Yeah,
Oh,
that was the error. Okay, let me execute it.
There was an error, but then it went away. This is a okay. Are you able to continue from here?
Yes. I'm just filling the form, and then whenever I'm going to submit, then I'm having this.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, now I'm having this. Yes, unhandled exception.
Query name property must be set on the entity data source object. Okay, click on the event viewer. Oh, yeah, yeah, this one. Let's see if we have anything related to this process. What's the process number? Let's see, we have something from today, you see. URL module. I don't see the number. What's the process number that you have there?
Okay.
Let's see, this is the activity. Oh, back to the process lab. Click on workflow. Can you click on the workflow? In the process lab page, not here, in the process lab page. Yeah. Okay, yeah, let's start a new one. Why not? 7250. Okay, process 7250. Okay, let's run it again. Let's move it forward. Okay, this time don't fill anything in the grid. Just fill some items in the yeah, okay. Over here, and whoop. Oh, now it's back. Okay, and click submit right now. Let's see if it shouts. Yeah, query name property. Is this the workflow that you used for when you remove the data source and then put them back again with the using the new controls?
Maybe I guess there is a problem in if else, I guess.
Because it seems like there's a problem there with the data sources. Let's see what they say. Let's see the yeah, let's click on the form. Yeah, let's check the data models. Let's see what we have. We have two tables. Okay, let's check this one. You see there's okay, you have another one. That's cool. Okay, nothing suspicious over here. Let's check the default view. Okay, you have email and name and date, high priority. Okay, straightforward. Let's check the form itself. Let's see what do we have there in the data source. And while you are doing that, I will open my workflow and we will be able to compare. Okay, scroll down to the end. Okay, the data source is there. Click on that and let's see Yeah, click on the small.
Okay.
No, on the design. Let's click on the small arrow of the data source. Okay, default view, that's right. And if you click on the data source of the grid, no, you're standing on the column. Highlight the grid itself. Yeah, this one. It's connected to service request details. Okay. Top, everything is service request details. Click on the data source 1, which is attached to the grid on the top of the grid, data source 1. Yeah. What does it say over there? Service request details. Well, it looks fine. If you open the source of the form and scroll all the way down, the last 2 rows there, what do they say? 124 and 125. Data source. Okay, this is form 1 data source, default view. Okay. Okay, let's see what can we do here to troubleshoot. And the last thing that we added to this form was the grid, right? So let's simply go back to the design and simply delete the grid. Delete it, yeah, completely, and save the form. Now let's run it in process lab. Let's see if the problem is coming from the data model of the grid or the data model of the form. Yes, simply, yes, put your name and click submit. There's no point of putting everything. Let's see. We don't have any validation here. Okay, you see that the workflow proceeded. So it's something to do with the grid. Now let's add the grid again. And let's see the outcome. Yeah. Stand on the empty line there, exactly, add a grid. Now let's follow it step by step. No, before that, connect it to a query name. Yeah, and let's leave the columns as is right now, and let's enable. No, go to the properties of the grid. Remember, we still need to enable editing. Okay, scroll down all the way to, yeah, save the form. Okay, and now let's run it again in process lab and see. Click validate before you get out of the UX studio. Let's see if it's shouting on anything. Seems okay.
Gil, he didn't edit the columns. Like everything will be stored in the database. Like we need to edit the column as well.
Yeah, but remember, this is only for the end user view. In any case, the values of these FLDs will be created automatically. It doesn't matter. Let's just see that it runs in process lab. Okay, now let's see what's happening. Must be based on an entity data source object. Okay, it looks like the table that you've created has some issues. I would remove the grid and remove that table and create it again, and let's see what we get there. So go to the data model. By the way, did you have this issue yesterday, or did you change anything during?
Yes, I was just trying to manipulate something like some practicing something.
Okay, so
then-
remember, practice is perfect, but create a version of your working workflow so you can
Okay.
always have something to return. Otherwise, we will be debugging the whole day. Okay, go to the. No, this one, this data, this table is fine. Go back. Simply cancel the service request details table. Yeah, stand here and click on remove.
First one.
No, the first one is the default view. This is used for the form.
Okay.
This one is for the grid.
Remove it.
Yeah, why not? Okay, now click on cancel. Let's make sure that we are saving this and yeah, save the form right now. And if you're already here, then remove the grid as well. Let's do it. Let's do a surgical canal route over here. Remove that so we don't have anything remained from the grid. Okay, now go back to the data model and let's add. Oh, why is that? Okay, so remove it again. Ah, so you didn't click OK. I understand. Okay, remove it. Click OK. Now it's processed. Okay, now let's go back to the data model and see what we have. Now, add a new table. Give it a similar name, but put the number 2 at the end, so we will be able to differentiate in case the database still remembers it or something like that. Yeah, okay. Add a field. Call it service request items. Okay, make sure it is saved there, and now click on finish. And let's wait for it to pop up. There it is. Click on OK. And let's yeah, now let's add the grid again. Yeah, there it is. Auto generate. Nice. Click on the properties. Okay, click on save. Yeah, now let's validate it, and let's validate it here on the workflow level as well. That's cool. Go to the workflow, click on the validate of the workflow level. Okay, looks good, but you know, life is full of surprises. Let's see. Let's run another process lab. Something is completely. What did you
I
change
think,
here, or how did you created this? I'm not sure what did you done here. What was the delta? Query name property must be set on the entity data source object. Did you remove the data source and then put it back again manually?
no, I didn't remove something.
What's that something? That's the mystery here.
Okay, can you copy your flow? Actually, I will create another for the
Yeah,
for this issue.
I'll give you another copy here. But by the way, you do see there is a, maybe that's not the issue here. You have two links here between the service request details and the service request approval. You see, you need to remove the direct link between the service request details and the service request approval, because it's going to the if else before. Yeah. Maybe that was the thing that caused it an issue. Delete the link. Yeah. Now let's run a process lab again. Let's run it one last time. If not, then I will provide a copy of my workflow, so you will be able to work on it. Yeah. Simply click submit right now. We don't need a. Okay. So click on the workflow next to the output. No, back to the yeah, you have output and workflow at the top of the screen.
No, just go there. At the top, you will see the work name.
You have two words in the debugging in the debug. Back to the process lab, please. No, to the process lab you have open. Cancel this. You have a page. Yes. And by the way, do you see
workflow tab? On the top workflow tab. Output,
At the center top.
You will find it. You will find. No, don't worry. You're almost there. You're almost there. At the top center of the page, top.
Cora.
Yeah, workflow over there. Yeah, you got it. Almost there. Click on the workflow.
Sit.
No worries. This is day 3. No worries. We're okay. Okay. You see, output is marked in blue, and next to it there is a word workflow. Yes. Okay. So what happened here? You didn't check high priority, and then it moved to the if else, and then it went to the end. Okay, that's fine. Okay, so I think the problem was with that additional link. Yes.
Yeah.
In order to make sure, actually no, it should be okay now. You can run another process lab and select the high priority and make sure it moves to the approval. Let's do that. One last thing. Click on process lab. And in the form, simply mark the high priority. Let's see that the workflow moves properly. Okay. Okay, if you stand on the workflow word again. Hey, that's nice. What's his problem? Potentially dangerous request path variable detected. Really dangerous. Let's see. It's validate input. Okay, so it points me to something in the close this page. Let's run another process lab just to confirm without checking the high priority. Let's confirm that. If you don't have any issues, if high priority is not checked, then there's something wrong with the task. and click submit right now. Let's see what's going on here. Okay, it did move. So we need to check what's going on with the task itself. Let's open the task. Service request approval. No, we're done here. Actually, you know what? If you're here, let's learn something new, right? We learn something new as we go along. This is the debug mode. Yeah, if you're standing on, since you're standing on the service request, on the left side you have the tree of activities, right? Right click the service request. Let's see if it will do the job. Right click on this.
It's
Nothing.
not working. No.
Oh, okay, because it's read only. And it, yeah, because it saved it. But can you select high priority now? Can you check the high priority? No, it's already, no, because it's already went. Okay. No, this is the task. No. So go back to the workflow. Yeah. And we, yeah, the workflow ended. Okay, so it won't. Okay, let's check in the actual workflow. Let's check the task, the service request approval task in the actual workflow. No, we're done here with this process instance. No, we need to go to the actual live workflow, not the debug.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So no, wait. We're not processing. I want to check the task itself. Yes. Okay. So no. Open the task, please.
Okay.
Okay. Service request approval. Okay. Let's check the data model here. And let's check the default view over here. What do we have there? Okay, click on next. Okay, let's wait for it to come up. Is it stuck?
Yeah.
Okay, so we have an issue here. Close this small window, yeah. And let's try to access it again. Click on edit. And next.
Actually, the error is like FID, WFID. He makes it as a string, I guess.
Let's see. We have the five IDs, which are whole number. Cool. We have the approved, which is true, false. Okay, that's fine. Click on finish. And click on OK. What is this? This is the UX. Okay. Let's do it step by step. Remove this subview. Delete the subview from the form, because we can easily put it back in a few clicks. So click on OK, remove it. Click on save. And now run it in Process Lab. Let's check that. Okay, so something with the something with the subview. Okay, so now where is the subview taking its resource from? It's taking its resource from the service request details form. So let's go back to the form, to the service request details form, not this one. This is the approval. So close this UX Studio. Okay, and now let's examine the form again. This time the views. We have the default view. And what about the read-only view? Let's check the read-only view. On the right side of the top bar, you have the word default view. Yeah, select this one, exactly. Okay, looks fine. Okay, now let's go back to the data model. Yeah. And let's check the keys of these tables. What's the key of the default view table? Yeah, this one. Click on edit. Okay, this is. Did you copy this key name from the list, or did you write it yourself? Do you remember? Just to be on the safe side, yeah, click on next, copy the word FLDIWFID over there, copy it.
Yeah, I did it.
Go back and paste it inside.
I think
Okay,
same.
click on next and click on finish. Click on finish, and now do the same for the new table. Yeah, this one. No, you have it already saved. So simply Control V that. Okay, next. Finish. Okay, click OK. Now the sources are ready. Let's go back to the service request approval task. Click on save here. Yeah, don't forget to click on save. We've changed some stuff. Okay, go back to the service request approval. Yep. And now, do you have a? You don't have a row there. No, before you plug something, stand on the row of the approved checkbox and make sure the row is selected. Downstairs, you have. No. Yeah. Select the checkbox or the label, whatever. Now, at the bottom of the page, you have at the bottom of the page, you have a line with entities, checkbox, column, row, body. You see that? Yeah. Select the row. Yes. And now go back to the small arrow over there and click add row above. Yeah. Now in this row, go to editors, subview downstairs. Yeah, here it is. And in the virtual path on the properties side, let's look for our, yeah, click on this once. Click on your workflow. Yeah, details. Pick up the read only. Yeah, okay. Looks good. Click on save and click on validate. Okay, let's run it again and see what's the issue. If it doesn't pop, if it doesn't move properly, then I will provide you a copy of my workflow. and we will continue. Yeah, simply mark high priority and move along. Query name must be set on the entity data source object. No, it's a puzzle for me right now, and I would like to proceed with the course, so I will give you a working workflow, and we'll have to take it sometimes else. Otherwise, it will be simply removing this stuff. Something is missing here, which I can't put my finger on right now. Okay, so let me do a bit. I will create a copy of my workflow and manage the version, create a copy. So this will be for Amitesh. That will be 24th of November. Take 2. Create. It's really a puzzle. Okay, just in a few seconds, it's opening. I will Control C and Control V, and I will release myself of the source control, check in. Okay, this is ready. Search the workflows area for another workflow with the Amitesh. No, it's not here. Click on the workflows name. No, back in the admin. Back in the admin. Yeah, scroll up and click the workflows. Yeah, and do a search for your name. Yeah. Okay, this is the one. So work on that. Leave the previous one here, because we want to further check it, but that will be later. I really want to proceed with the course itself. Okay. So if we are already opened here, yeah. Okay, so let me share my screen. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay. Anyone else with an issues? Does anyone else have?
Yes, Gil, I have.
Yeah.
Let me share my screen. Yeah, actually, when I create request, then it created successfully. But when I try to approve it, then there is problem. No, it's yeah, service request. Why it is not allowing me to enter something inside?
Because you want to run it in Process Lab?
No, I think it is not in Process Lab. Just I am seeing.
So how do you encounter the problem? How do you see the problem?
Wait,
When?
I am starting again it. Why it is not allowing me to enter something?
Because you're not running it. You're looking at the editing mode. Click on Process Lab so you will be able to actually run it. Yeah.
Okay, sorry.
Don't click on high priority. Let's leave it blank. Leave it blank,
Okay.
and let's see what happens. Okay, so this goes well.
Okay, this goes.
Oh, fine.
Now
Which means
I am.
now run another process lab and check the high priority and see where it goes.
Okay.
Yeah, let's see what if you get the same error. Critical error. Oh, you're really okay. Okay, so for this one, I will Parveen Kumar. Okay, let me log into your workflow. I'm stopping your remote and I'm putting myself back. Can you see my screen?
Yeah, I'm.
Okay. Which one is it?
First one.
First.
Okay.
Okay, so this is something you created today or what? Or created
No.
yesterday?
Yeah, yesterday it was created yesterday.
Okay, and what about this one? This is the original one?
Not this is not original. First one is the original.
The this the one which was created on the 22nd or the 23rd?
23. Yeah, first one is my original workflow.
So this is the one we're looking at?
Yeah, this is it.
Okay, so let's do that. Mhm. Okay, data model. Okay. Okay, so what do we want to change here? We are carrying these errors from the beginning. No, video validation is starting to- Okay, so let's do some plumbing work here. Like this and like this and no, never mind, it doesn't go over here. Okay, now okay, that was successfully submitted and now it went over here. So if I click on this, data field, not complaint box. could not be found. Really? Okay. It shows the message, but something here with the what we are delivering to the task. Okay. Okay, so let's see what are we delivering, because the task contains a subview. Okay, and I think we need to do some cleaning work over here. Let's delete the subview. Okay, you are following me, right? You can see my screen.
Yeah, I can see.
Okay, so now let's check. Let's check here. Name, email, date, high priority, and region. That's fine. And this is the service request details items. Okay, now in the actual where's this guy coming from? Okay, I understand. Okay, so let's do it like this. Let's remove this thing, delete it. Okay, and now I'm supposed to, let's see what I create from here. New read-only section, that will be read-only view 2, and I will click OK. Okay, so now I don't have that leftover. I think I remember you created this read-only view, and then you removed one field from the data model. So I think that that was the stuff that was making it crazy. Okay, so let's. No, sorry. I don't want this. Delete. I want to take this row and I want to move it up and move it up and move it up. And then between the date and high priority, I would add a row below. I will plug in a grid. I will connect it properly and I will make it read only. And then I will go to this guy and I will disable the enable or something like that. I don't know how to call it in English. Unenable it. Okay, now this is my read only view. Okay, and I am pleased with this read only view. Okay, again, the data model. This is running on the workflow level, and this is also running on the workflow level. Okay, back to here. Let's connect you. to the this guy. It's good. Okay, now let's run it. Why not? Okay, now where are you? You are waiting in the task. Okay, so if I click on this one, I click on output, there you have it. Okay, so the issue was the read-only view contained a field which wasn't
Complaint box.
that complaint box was a leftover from day one, I think, and
Yeah.
when it was removed from the data model after the read-only view was in use. So that was shouting. Let's finish the. Let's bring this. Let's do it like this, right? We need to connect you over here. Like this. Let's create a new one. Let's close this. This is mine. This is yours. Now let's see if we have the complete picture. Looks good. Yes, it passed the if else, and now it's waiting for the approval. So I think we are all good.
Yeah.
Great. Good troubleshooting. We actually learned more from that. Okay, so I will close this. I will release the workflow. And you can take back the ownership. Anyone else? There was another.
For me, the approval is not happening.
What's that, Jagadish?
Yeah, I'm sharing my screen.
Yes, please. Let me stop sharing. Here we go. All yours. Okay, so we are looking at the, let's see, the outcome. Yeah, everyone wants a laptop.
Yeah,
why not?
Here I can submit this one.
Okay, so
yeah, where I can see the approval request here.
Okay, it moved to the so far so good, I can tell you.
Yeah, yes.
Now what do you want to do?
Yeah, how can I see the format, like the message format here?
You want to see the actual form of the approval?
Yes.
Okay, so click once on my name there.
Okay.
Yeah, and now open the service request approval. Click on output or double click the task, whatever. Let's see what goes on. Okay, and there you have it. So from the process lab, it's a little bit tricky because if you proceed, if you move it if you double click immediately on the task, it will show you the message, because that's the logic which is working for the end users. Okay, the message first and then do the task. But now you know how to reach it. Okay. Wow. First lecture of the day, troubleshooting. That's good. Can I proceed, or do you want to break?
Yes,
Let's proceed, please.
Okay, now it's 1 p.m. your time.
It is 12:54.
Almost 1 p.m. right?
50. Yeah.
Yes.
12:55 or something like that. Okay, so let's. I want to cover the first topic, and then we will take the lunch break. I think you will take the lunch break. I will take a breakfast or something like that. Okay, so let's click here and let's share my screen. And I want to talk about a little bit who can or which entities can receive the task. Okay, so I'm not talking about the actual content of the form right now. Okay, we saw that with the subview and additional controls and so on. So this is a standard form, let's call it. I want to talk about the message properties of the task. So the syntax is quite, I think, straightforward. Okay, you simply decide what will be written to those users. What interests me here is who is getting this. Now, by the way, Jagadish, I saw that you put my
Yes,
you put me
kept
as a
you-
user. Okay, so I thank you for that, but that means I'm getting all the work. Okay, so if you want to continue, you simply need to change it to your user. But remember, this is another comment. We are all global admins, so we can all take control or fill out tasks on behalf of other people. This is what the global admin can also do. That's another privilege or duty. I don't know how to call it. But for in our story, we have here a technical manager. So I'm referring to it as a single person. So this is why I put here a single user. And I don't have to do anything. I don't need to fetch this task because there's only one recipient. So if you remember, let me close this for a second and run it in Process Lab. Why not? I say why not? It doesn't cost me anything, and we are filling out the database with more entries. Okay, so this is me, and what's today? 24th, and I want keyboard. Okay, and I click on high priority and I click on submit. Now I immediately get the actual task, okay, in front of me. I get the form of the task. I can read all the information and I can make my decision. Over here, I have some additional options, which is more relevant from the flow time for the end user. So I can add a recipient to this task. Maybe someone else should do it, or maybe someone else should take a look. I can recall it, which means putting it back to the list. It doesn't mean so much in this configuration because there's only a single user, or I can reassign it to someone else entirely in my team, in my organization. Where was it? So this behavior, where I immediately get the task in front of me is because I have a single user here and I'm using what is called queue mode default. So by default, let's open the Knowledge Center. It has a good explanation there. I will be advertising the Knowledge Center every day, so remember that. Let's take the recipient. Define message properties. This article, that's nice. Okay, so oh, come on, define message recipient. Yeah. Okay, so default means the task is sent to all recipient and any recipient can complete the task. This is a very generic explanation, but it fits my story because any recipient means only one, and there's no need to fetch it, okay? Because this is a one task to one person. But what if this task is sent to a group of technical managers? Any one of them can view the task and can complete it. So how would I reflect that in the configuration? I will not send it to a single user. I will send it to a group. Now, when I click on the group here, it asks me, okay, to which group in my organization do you want to send? And I get here a list of, these are the first 10 groups out of 32. Okay, you see here. So where is this information coming from? Account, analysis, center, central, all of these are groups of users. This returns me to the organization configuration of my organization configuration, and I go back here to edit organization, and under my entire organization, you see I have a whole list of groups and subgroups, and some of them, well, many users were here, so they created their own groups and subgroups. Okay, so we have a multiple number of entities over here. Each one of these groups, and I will focus on this one, which is called the service requests, because inside I created a group called service request approvers. And in service request approvers, we have the following users. Okay, operator 1, 2, and 3, you recognize yourself. I'm not a member of this group. So my objective now is to change the recipient of my task and send it to a group and not to a single person. So first of all, I need to make sure that I will be receiving this task. So I need to make sure that the group I'm selecting has my user inside. So I'm looking at service request approver. This is the group I want to use as the recipient for my task. I don't find myself here. I will click on add employees. I will look for myself and I will add it. The role is not relevant right now because I'm not specifying which person inside the group should receive it. I can, okay, this is another option, but for now, I'm adding myself.
Please add operator 7 also.
Sorry?
Operator 7, please add.
Well, if I'm adding 7, why not everyone, right? So everyone could could use it. Okay, so let's see who is here. 1 to 5 is here. I need 6. And I need 7. I think 8 was there, right? I need 9 and I need
10.
10. Okay, so now everyone who uses this group from our team today can see himself. Let's make sure. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and I'm also here, and even Vic, the other trainer, is over here. So this is configured. I'm going to close it. I'm going to go back. Let's cancel that and open it again. So me as a single user is not relevant anymore. So I'm going to remove it, and I'm going to use a group called service request user. So that I will find it over here if I open everyone. Maybe if I, yeah, there you are, service request approvers. Now, I think one of you yesterday added some information here in the roles. Okay, so currently, if I select this group as is, everyone in this group will receive this task. Alternatively, if you remember, I see that I close it. Okay, let's open it again. Service request approval. Here you are. You see, some of you are also assigned with roles. Okay, employee, secretary, technician, and so on, team leader. I could decide that my task is going to this group, but only to specific roles inside. So then I have another screening mechanism to fine tune the task recipient. For now, I'm going to leave it as is. So everyone in the group is supposed to get the task. But remember the explanation of default. Where was it? Over here. This one. The task is sent to all recipients, and any recipient can complete the task, which means it is sent as an open task to everyone. And that is a bit of a problem because I need someone to declare that he is working on the task. I need someone to fetch it. Okay, so for that, there is like a rule of thumb here. If the task is sent to more than one people, then you cannot use the default. You need to use one of these available queue modes. Okay, auto fetch current user, load balancing, and broadcast. I will start with the broadcast queue. Broadcast queue means the task is sent to all recipients, and only the recipient that fetches the task can complete it. Okay, so let's see the effect now on the behavior. So I have a group here. I've changed the queue mode to broadcast queue. I will click OK. And I will wait for a few. Okay. It was accepted. Let me move you over here. And let's see, I am here. Okay, this is my previous one. Now let's see another trick here with the process lab. Currently, I move this process up to the approval. Because I made the change in the configuration, I don't necessarily have to run another process lab. I can go to a previous activity. In my case, I have only one activity over here, which is the service request details. And I can decide to roll back. Okay, and when I roll back, it takes a leap. It goes to a time tunnel, sort of, and goes back to, or it takes the workflow backward to the previous activity. And here I am again. I have my information here. I can change it right now. I selected high priority, okay? And now I'm going to submit it and see if it took effect. Now we're seeing a completely different picture or completely different behavior. The task is in front of me, but I'm trying to fill out the approve checkbox and I cannot. I also cannot submit it. I don't have the save and submit button over here. Why is that? Because this task was sent to a queue. Okay, and you can see it here on the navigation tree or the progress tree. So it was sent to a queue. This is the queue name. It gives me all the users in the queue. And I am highlighted because I'm part of the group and I am the one who is currently running it. So if I want to complete this task, remember the definition here, only the recipient that fetches the task can complete it. This means I need to fetch it. Okay, so I now have an extra button over here, the fetch task. Once I click on it, the system basically allocates this task to me. It is currently with me. I can always return it, and then it will be back again to the entire queue. So someone else can take it, for example. But now you see I have the option to submit and I have the option to approve it and so on. Okay, so I can return it back to the queue. I can reassign it to anyone, maybe someone out of this queue. So these are the main options here. Okay, so the main difference, of course, if there is a single user involved, there's no need to do a fetching activity because there's only one. If there is more than one user, which means I'm sending it to a group, I need to adjust my queue mode. Okay, so this is broadcast queue. Any questions so far? So this is more of user activity and how you handle tasks in your team or in the organization. So this is the main, or this is the basic usage. This is the basic queue mode. Send it to everyone, and only the one which fetches it can complete it. But let's say how many people we are 12 people in this queue. Everyone will see this task. Okay, this is currently in I didn't fetch it yet. Okay, so this is process 7275. If I go and look at my portal, now remember, I'm logged in as my user. I'm supposed to see here, okay, this is the service request approval. This is what I created today. And if I open it, I have the same view, okay? The same view that I have in the process lab. This is a task that has been sent to the queue. If I want to do it, I can fetch it and complete it.
Hey, Gil.
Yeah.
So this means that I can also see this task because I'm in the queue, right?
Yes. All of you should see it in your task over here.
Oh.
Under where is it? My
Process.
tasks, process task.
Hello, Gil.
Yeah.
Let's assume I can fetch the task. And in between, I'm exit from the system. So task again going to open for the all employees, or what was happened with the task then?
What is the situation again?
I'm fetching the task and then I'm exit from the system. Exit means exit from the company. Then it's automatically task going for the open environment or what?
Well, the if I understand what you're saying. Okay, so you took the task, you fetched it to you.
Yes, exactly.
but you didn't complete it. I mean, you didn't press submit. It's
Yeah,
sitting
exactly.
it's sitting in your queue, and now you're no longer working.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, so here we have like additional mechanisms that needs to be incorporated. So first of all, a team leader will know that you are no longer processing tasks here, so he will need to enter the tasks and fetch it from there. I mean, remember that all of us, where was it? All of us have the same role, so we can access other people's tasks and take control of it. So he will
No.
simply need to reassign it to someone else.
Okay, okay. So team leader can reassign the task to anyone.
Yeah, even you. I mean, if you know, if you fetch the task already, okay, let me do that. And you know what? Is anyone else looking at his flow time tasks?
Yeah.
Okay, so can you confirm that you have 7275 in your process task?
No.
Is that a yes?
Yeah,
No.
Gil, I received.
Yes,
Yeah,
yes, I
Okay,
yeah,
received.
Gil, I received.
but if I now open the task and someone else took it. Okay. Okay, so now if I fetch the task and I close it, and you refresh your pages, you're not supposed to see it in your open tasks. So 7275 is with me right now. Right?
Yeah, it's not there.
It's not there, but if I open it again and I return it, and you will do a refresh, then it will pop up again.
Yes, it's not.
But I can always, in the situation that you were describing, I can, if I fetch it, I can always return it. And if you're describing a situation where there are tasks that has been fetched to a certain user, and this user is no longer active, sorry, there will always be a person above him in the team that has access to his tasks and will be able to like release it from that fetching and put it back to the queue, or to assign it to someone else. Now,
Why it's not visible in my task?
why not? It should be. Where is it now?
It will be in the open window. Click on open.
Yeah, this is still outside. You should see it here under the open. Do you see it?
It's not
Maybe you
visible.
can scroll down. Maybe the last report.
Yeah, it depends how you're sorting it. I don't have any sorting issues here, so it's showing me from latest to oldest. So it should be visible to all of you.
Can I share my screen?
Yeah. Okay. No, it's organized based on okay, so sort it by, go to sorting, select column received. Yeah, and sort it from let's see, what's that? Go to the top of the screen, scroll it to the top of the screen. Okay, and now reverse the arrow there, go back to sorting. And you see the arrow which is going from going upward, make it down, yeah, and apply. Yeah, you still can see it.
I was facing the same issue yesterday also.
Anyone else facing the same problem? It should be in your open. It should be in your. Anyone else doesn't see it? Because 7275 should be in. Someone took it. Yeah, someone else fetched it. Okay, so we can see. We can track it from here actually. This is processes I started.
Clearly, your screen is not sharing.
Let's do like this. 1 second. מה קורה? בסדר, אני בהדרכה כל השבוע. בדיוק. לא, כל השבוע לא. לא, אני עד 3:30 עכשיו בפעילות. יאללה, ביי. Okay, so lab operator 1 took this task. That's nice. This means okay, so you see it was taken by lab, it was fetched by lab operator 5. If I will
Gil, I'm not able to look this task.
Okay, now please leave it as is 7275. Don't touch it. And I will close it from here and I will go back to I will go back here to process tasks. And it is back in my queue. Pallavi, it should be in your queue now as well.
Yeah, it's visible now.
Okay, so that's the thing here. So it's a nice game, by the way, of hide and seek.
Gil, I'm not able to see this. Can I share my screen?
Yes. Okay, so again, do it, sort your table. Yeah, sorted by received from newest to latest. Received.
Okay.
Yes, and yeah, not just that. Go back to the sorting and replace it. Yeah. There it is.
Yeah.
Okay, so
okay.
But from this conversation, you understand that we need some kind of management, right? I mean, we are now talking to each other, and that will be a situation. It could be real-time situation, like a group of technical managers sitting together and talking to each other. Can you take task number 2? Can you take task number 5? I'm forwarding. I'm assigning task number 7 to you, and so on. It is possible, but there could be a situation where everyone is looking at their screens, like we're looking now at Ratandeep. You're looking at your screen. You see a service request approval, and you think, well, I'm part of a group. Everyone is seeing it. Someone will take it eventually, right? I have other tasks to do. Then I will keep it in my open tasks. Eventually, someone will take it. Now, if all of us think the same way, the task will not be handled.
Mm-hmm.
So how can we change that? So there are several aspects here. We can provide inside the workflow, we can provide a timer, for example, that starts counting when a task is being when will it start? After I submit the service request details and the task is created, I can in parallel run a timer. And if the timer expires, the outcome will be to send a message to the team leader. Okay, that's a possible option. Another thing which we will touch, I think, in day 5 is use the concept of hot operations. Okay, I won't get into it right now, but one of the benefits of hot operations is the ability to have a hierarchy and visibility inside the hierarchy with a manager which manages teams and a team leader for each team who manages people inside the team. So we can have additional, let's call it several pairs of eyes on the system. There is another option, which is who is sharing right now? I'm going to stop your sharing, Ratandeep, right? Yeah. Because you found your missing task, so that's fine. Let's go back over here. So, by the way, did you see what I've when Pallavi said that she can't see her workflow or she can't see that specific task 7275? I went to this option of processes, and I went to processes I started because I know I was the creator of that process. And then 7275 appeared here, and I saw here it was pending in operator 1. So I knew that operator 1 made a change in this workflow that is fetching that task. Okay, so that's another option from the flow time. Where am I? Over here. Okay, so let's go back. So the concept of, is the concept of broadcast queue clear? Any questions about broadcast?
Like I'm unable to add this group in recipient side.
Why? Because you can't see it in the list?
It's visible in list, but
let's see.
This is right.
Okay, you selected it, and if you click on the insert, the small V icon on the right.
Yeah.
Yeah, insert. You need to insert it. Yeah, now you have it. But before you go out, you have a duplication here. You don't need to send it to an individual user and to the group. So you should remove the user from the recipient. Okay.
Okay.
So now you know how to perform that. Let's return here. Another option that can be used is load balancing queue. So this is kind of a automatic mechanism which Cora sequence will perform. It will look on the current open tasks that each and every user in the group has, and it will assign the...
Gil, you need to share your screen.
Yeah, that's a good thing. That's a good thing. So I changed the queue mode from broadcasting to load balancing queue. And the effect will be the task is sent to the recipient with the least assigned tasks. Okay, so let's see what is happening right now. I will click on OK. And again, I don't need to create another process lab. I will simply roll back to the form. This is a very useful tool in process lab. Now we will click submit. And the system decided that it goes to the queue, but it went automatically to lab operator 2. Now, who is lab operator 2? Jagadish. Jagadish, can you tell me how many tasks you have in your portal, in a process task?
Yeah, I'm looking.
I have 42. You must have more than me.
No, actually I have 17.
7?
17.
17.
Yeah.
Okay. So it decided to send it to you. Okay, maybe it's related to how many processes you have related to the service request workflow. That's interesting. Yeah, you see, I have on my list, I have 3 tasks which came from you, right? Came from your workflow.
Yes.
You all see it, right? So I guess you were the most, you have the most active open processes from this workflow. So you will be receiving that workflow. Now that makes sense a little bit. Let's see if you, no, how can we test it? You need to create more and more. Ah, sorry, my bad. The least assigned tasks. Okay, sorry. Yeah, that's crazy. So I have 41, you have 17, so you have the minimum number of tasks open, right? Anyone else has less than 17 tasks? 17? Got confused there a little bit.
I have 19.
Okay, and you are user?
4, operator 4.
4, okay. So the system made a calculation and decided that lab operator 2 has the least number of open tasks. So that was you, Jagadish, good for you. But imagine the situation here. Jagadish is very active today and he is closing cases, like crazy. So his number of cases is always the minimum. So he will keep getting the new cases, right? Because the system looks who has the least number of tasks. Jagadish is closing his task very quickly. It could lead to a situation where people are having a little bit more tasks in their queue, and thus it prevents them from receiving new tasks. So there will be always one person who does all the job. So not so friendly, I would say. Right, so you understand the problem here. So it came with a good cause. I mean, if everyone is working on the same pace, and it could be that other people are working on much more complicated tasks, so they take more time.
It shows
to
the
complete.
productivity, accountability.
Yeah, so from one side it comes to do good, but on the other side, if all of them are supposed to read a service request and select if they approve it or not, then all of them have to do the same kind of job. Someone will be working more than the others. So again, it brings me to the need of a higher level a control here, which again brings me to hot operations. So I'm giving you some hints and tips of what is this hot operations and in which situation to use it, and we're starting to build a story around it. The last option, I'm going to put it back in broadcast queue.
Gil, in load balancing, if 2 members have same number of tasks, which is low, then it will assign to 2 members.
In load balancing, the person,
Right.
the user with the lowest number of open tasks will receive this new task.
Yeah, if 2 members have the 17 number, then it will assign to 2 members or only one person.
You saw the effect. I mean, it didn't send it to the entire queue. It automatically sent it to lab operator 2. So he got the task. And no
Hey,
one
Gil,
else.
he's
Lab
asking like,
operator
suppose
also
that
have the
two guys
17.
having the same task, means 17 equal. Okay, and only the 2 members in the team. So in that case, how he could decide?
You mean if
Yeah.
in a situation where 2 people have 17 tasks?
Yeah.
Good question. I believe he will send, well, I don't know, based on the name or based on the time from the last task that they got in their queue. It's a really, it's a really situation on the edge, I think, but eventually one of them will get it, and then from there he has one more task. So it's so. I really don't know the what happens if. I can only guess here, but for sure someone will get it. According to which, how does the system make the decision if 2 people have the same value of number of tasks? That's a good one.
Gil, can we roll back the previous activity when someone has fetched the task?
Can you what?
Can we roll back the activity when somebody has fetched the task already?
If someone fetched the task, that's fine. But if he submitted the task, then that's something else. Submitting it and ending the workflow, then I will not be able to roll back. But if this task is still in lab operator 2, I think I can. Let's see if it goes back. Yeah, it goes back. The trigger is whether the workflow is finished or not. If the workflow is completed, then I cannot go back. Until then, I can jump backward in process lab. Remember, this is not available for end users. Okay, so we talked about broadcast, we talked about load balancing, auto fetch current user. This is also a nice option. If one of the users in the queue is the user that completed the previous form, the task is automatically fetched to that user. It's not explained here, so not so bright, but where was the auto fetch? Yeah. So the conditions in auto fetch is, first of all, you need to be one of the members of the team, and you need to be logged on. So if we have at least one person from the team which is currently logged on, then it will be sent to him. Let's try that now. Let's see. It's auto fetch. And let's see the behavior. It should be moving to all of us. No, it went to me. Okay, I am part of the team and I'm logged on, so I got it. No, it does make sense because I was the one completed the previous form. Yeah, that was me. Okay, if someone else would do that. No, if any one of you will do that and will put it in auto fetch, then he will get it. But usually this is not the situation because the IT operator is not the technical manager. There will be 2 separate people, one filling out the form and one validating the task. So that would be a different behavior. We can simulate that, but I won't spend too much time on this option. No, the main the main options here that we will be using is the broadcast queue. Okay, so we covered the options for how to send tasks to groups. Any questions so far?
Instead of a group, if we add multiple users, then it will be the same behavior for all the queue modes.
Sorry, again?
Yeah, instead of group, if we add multiple lines of users, single users of 5 or 6 users, then if we give the queue mode, it will be the same behavior like as group, or it will be different.
If you have multiple users in the group,
yeah, instead of group, not in the group. Instead of group, if we add separate users.
you mean adding like 5 users here?
Yeah, users, and give the queue mode as the same behavior like the group, or it will be the different.
Well, if you have like 5 individual users here in the list, then you need to have one of these options available. If you leave it at default, then the system will not represent the fetching correctly. Okay, so the rule of the thumb is that if you have more than one line here, or if you have a group, use one of these group-related queue modes. If you have several individual users, we relate to that as a group, and again, you need to make sure that the system knows who fetched it. So in any case, if you put here multiple individuals, it means that each one of them can take the task. So we need to know who was it. Okay, so that will affect the queue mode. But I don't see a reason to, I mean, usually in real life, the organization will be split into groups and a group will receive it. Okay, so I'm leaving it as broadcast queue, and that will be for the rest, at least for this task, that will be the behavior. You can do that as well. And I think this is a good point in time to take a break. Now it is what, 1:40? 1:40, 13:40 India time. So let's take a break here. Let's take a lunch break. And we will be back in like 45 minutes. Is that okay?
Yes.
Yeah, good.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
so it means that, wow, I need to do calculations here. This is 13:40, which means you're back at 14:25, right?
Yes.
14:25, okay.
Okay.
Great. I will be pausing the recording and we will continue from there. Enjoy. Let's resume from here. So I will share my screen, of course. And we are looking at the, this is a process lab from your original workflow, Mitesh, right? Not the one that I provided you.
Yes.
And it is all green until we reach the task. So when I go to the task, I get the message part, which is normal because this is the next step in the logic of the workflow. That's fine. And when I come back and I try to focus on the actual form, okay, so I clicked on the name of the approver here, lab operator 1, and now I get a message which seems a little bit generic, but it's actually not. Okay, so it's telling us the query name property must be set on the entity data source object. Okay, so this is it looks Chinese, but actually it provided us some clues here along the way. No, this is ugly. I don't want that. So when I come to examine what is wrong with the form here, because this is a combination of a form and a message, and the message is displaying property and there is a recipient for the message, so that's fine. The form itself, if I open it, I need to, yeah, this one. So the form itself is, the problem is shouting about the combination between an entity and its data source. So I come here and I try to understand where is the problem with the data source. And I see that the form itself has its own data source, and it's going to the default view table, which is fine. But there is another entity here which has its own data source. Who is it? What is it?
Like the grid has its own data source.
Which one?
The grid has its own data source, like
the grid, right?
The grid.
So this is a subview. So this is only pointing to another location in the workflow. So it is pointing to the read-only view of the service request details form. And there we have a source. So if I go here to the service request details, and I look on the read-only view, the data source here is fine, it's going to default view, but as you said, the grid also has a data source and it's not configured. So there's no query name here associated with the grid. So I think that if I will connect it to this table, and now I see it over here, maybe that will solve the problem. Okay, let's confirm that. Okay, and you have also here, so that looks good. Now, if I go over here and I try to roll back, go to the output, click submit. There you have it. Okay, so now I can display the service request approval and I can proceed with it, click submit, and this is all working properly. So this is the original, no, this is mine. This is the original workflow, your original workflow, Amitesh. So now you can decide what you want to keep, this one or the one I gave you. So you basically owe me a workflow. That's my conclusion. I gave you a workflow, so now next time you will have to give me a workflow back. Is it clear what I've done here?
Yes,
Is it clear what was the delta?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So basically, yeah, the notification looks a little bit generic, but then when you look at it, read it again, it says one entity here is missing a data source, and once you find that, there's not too many entities here, so once you find that, you're good to go. So I'm going to clear this workflow as well, and you have the option of deciding whether you want to continue with this one or with the one I provide. Okay, I think we had enough of this container. Okay, the service request. We managed to capture the request. We made a decision whether to proceed the workflow to a task activity for a technical manager to approve it or not. Now it's time to work on the second container, which will handle the reviews. So after the technical manager approves the decision, approves the service request, we come to another crossroads here. So if it was indeed approved, which means that he selected the checkbox, Then it will proceed to several activities here which are related to reviewing the order. If he didn't approve, the workflow will end. Okay, so let's translate it into another new container. And this brings me back to Pallavi. Are you here with us?
Yeah.
Okay, remember yesterday you put the task and the if else, you put it here on the main canvas and not inside the container. Now, in order to avoid such as, first of all, you saw we copied and pasted and it was all right, no harm done. But I think for future use, we can simply use labels and comments. Okay, let's add a comment here. Where do I want to stuck it? Yeah. Okay, so let's put it here. Okay, and this is pointing. Okay, so this container includes the activities for submitting and approving the service request. Hope it got something. Okay, you're ugly, but now you're not. Okay, a little bit like this. Let's make it a bit lovelier. Maybe. Change the color. Why aren't you changing the color? Oh, now you have it. Okay, so remember, you might be working on a certain part of the workflow and putting hard work on that. Another person, another developer might come in 6 months and want to change it or want to add something to the workflow. It's better to leave instructions to for future use simply by adding labels, comments, and so on. Okay, so what do I want to do here? I first of all want to add a container. So I will first of all put it in a swim lane. So I can either add a swim lane from the top bar over here, or if I'm already highlighting a swim lane, I will simply Control-C it, Control-V it. I will place it underneath. I will call it reviews. Reviews like this. And I will wait for this. Let's put some greenish color over here. And refresh it to have the proper result. Okay, so now I have my swim lane. I'm going to drop a container. Let's put this one. This is a quick add-on of containers. I guess several of us are working in parallel on the system, so it's taking its time. Let's put the container here. Remember, link and directions is everything. So I don't want the workflow to go to the end after the service request activities or the activities in this container were done. I'm now going to another container. So I will remove the existing link here place it like this, and then using the control key, I quick bind it to the end. Yeah. Okay, so far so good, only cosmetics. Let me know that I can proceed inside.
Yes, please.
Okay, so let's see. Let's go inside. Let's expand this because we have several activities here. Let's remove the link. And let's see what do we need to pop inside. So back to the flow chart. I need to have the beginning of this container is a place where I make a decision whether if the service request has been approved, then I have two routes which I need to go. If it wasn't approved, I need to end the workflow. So we already had a similar decision making, which was used with the high priority check, but that was an if-else activity. So it was a yes-no question. If it was checked, then I go to one location. If it wasn't checked, I go to another location, and that's it. Here I have more than one route in case the answer is yes, in case the approval was yes. So I will use a different activity here, still from the flow. I will use this one, switch, which allows me to move the workflow forward to one of several target activities, as opposed to if else, which routes the workflow to one path or another according to a business rule. So the switch is more suitable for me here. So I clicked once on the switch. I will place it at the top of my workflow, of my container, sorry. Okay, so let me know that you have it inside and we can continue.
Can you come back to the main page?
Sorry?
Can you come back to the previous page?
Previous page?
Yes.
Ah, the main canvas, okay.
Okay, can you show me from where you can take this container?
I went here to this button over here, which says add a container, or alternatively, if you want to have a more dedicated container, then go to BPMN and choose whatever container looks better to you. I simply selected the default one here.
Gil, why you have chosen another container here? Already we have the workflow previously, right?
Sorry, what's the question?
Yeah, inside the service request, already we have one flow. Why you have taken the container in the first page?
Just bring it back. Where did you go? Okay, so you said we already have a container here, so why create another one? That's what you said.
Yes, yeah,
okay,
yes,
so
yes.
Let's open this container and let's imagine that we need to populate it with all these 6 or 7 activities. We can do that, but it will become, you know, a busy container, and you have too many moving parts inside. Not very healthy, or not really easy to understand.
Okay.
Maybe for you as a developer, it's fine, but other people will be looking at it. So in order to break it down, especially for the customer, so he will understand what goes where, it's better to break it down into containers. It's not a must, but it's not visually good to see all of your activities in one location. I could even remove all the containers and put all the activities here, which is also fine. But usually it's more, let's call it best practice. Yeah.
Okay.
Let's leave it in the best practice area. What else here? Yeah, let's call it, it's not container one, this is the reviews. Reviews, and that will be the alias as well. Okay, now do you like it? And okay, so now in the reviews container, I have the switch activity. Now the switch activity goes into 3 directions. If the answer to the question, was the service request approved, is no, I will go to the end of the workflow. So we already know what do we need to put here. We'll go to flow and we put a end activity on the canvas. Okay, there you are. Let's put it underneath the switch. And then it needs to go to 2 more activities. One activity is aimed for the accounts department, and these are tasks. One task is aimed to the account department and one to the local purchasing department. Someone from these departments should review the request and mark the task with whether I reviewed it or not. So we need to put 2 tasks here. Now these tasks will contain basically what we see, what we have for the technical manager. So there's no additional information added to the task except the checkbox which was selected by the technical manager. So I can basically use the same task and make a few changes. So let's do that right now. I go back to my main screen, open my service request. I will click on this task, Control-C it, go to my reviews container, stands anywhere on the canvas, and Control-V it. And I have here a copy of the service request approval. Okay, so let me know that you have the same topology in your container as well.
Can you explain this again?
What, the procedure?
Yeah, on this.
Okay, so my objective is to duplicate the service request approval task to my new and use it as the starting point for these 2 activities, account review and local purchasing review. So I simply went to the my previous service request container. I copied the service request approval task and I pasted it inside my newly created reviews container.
Okay.
Now, let's make some changes to this task because we don't want to see the exact task coming from the service request approval. So first thing to do is change the name. Okay, so I'm highlighting this activity and I go to the properties of the activity and I change the name to accounts review. I will copy this name also to the alias. So remember to do that because we are now we're copying and pasting entities inside the workflow. In order for the user to understand where he is, he needs to see the correct names in the flow time. So make sure you change the name. So now this is called the accounts review. I need to make a small change in the form part, and I need to make a small change in the recipient part. Okay, so let's do that. Let's start with the form part of this task. I double click on it. It will open the UX Studio. Okay, so let's make some cosmetic changes here. This is not the service request approval, so I want to change the header and the subheader over here. So this will be the, instead of saying service request approval, this will be accounts review. And we will make the appearance here, the text here underneath, a little bit more to the actual objective here of this task. Please review, that's fine. So please review. Please review and approve. Oh no, that will be the technical measure. Let's leave it here. Please review. Someone from the accounts team must review this request. Okay, good enough for me. I will save it. Okay, is everyone here in the same location? Let me know so I can proceed slowly but surely.
Can you
They
go
gave
back?
us 2 minutes.
Can you go back on the service request approval copy one where?
Well, here I am. The only thing I've done here is rename it from the properties. I changed the name and the alias. I should have changed the alias. Control C, Control V. Now I changed it. Okay. And then once I've changed the name, I double clicked on it and entered the UX Studio of the form.
Okay.
Can I proceed with the form inside?
Wait for 1 minute.
Mm-hmm. No one is left behind.
Yeah, they'll give us 2 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
Now you can proceed, Bill.
Okay, is it okay with everyone?
Yes.
Okay, I'll take that as a general yes. Okay, so this is the view of the technical manager. Okay, this is what the technical manager saw in his task. I know that he approved it because otherwise it will not be here. with these tasks, so I don't need that information. So I want to change this, the content of this row to allow the person from the accounts team to place his decision over here. So in general, I want to remove the checkbox and put a new control, which is a radio button. Okay, so let's see what are the steps here. First of all, I'll change the label to, instead of approved, it will be reviewed. And the ID will be LBL, reviewed. So that was the easy part. Okay, simply changing the label here. Next thing to do is get rid of this checkbox simply by deleting it. And then I will place my cursor under the reviewed label, go to the editors box of surprises and look for the radio button. Radio button, there you are, radio button list. Okay, so there it is. Nothing similar to that, only one. Yeah, okay. Now, let me know that you are here as well.
Yes.
Okay, so we have the content here. Let's amend this new control. Instead of the ID radio button list 1, I will call it RAD and reviewed. And for the choices of this radio button, okay, I will simply go to edit choices and add a really straightforward choices, which are yes and no. Click OK. And this is the default look of my radio button. Let me know that you have the same appearance.
Yes.
Okay. Last thing to do, from the properties of the radio button, I go to the layout section. And instead of repeat direction vertical, I will put it horizontal to save space in the form. I will save my changes. And then the last thing to do is to bind it to the
What
data.
changes you have made in
Sorry?
property? What changes you have made in properties?
I went to the layout section and I changed the property repeat direction from vertical to horizontal. It's not a must here. Now, the last thing to do, like any control in a form, I need to bind it to a data field. So I will do the same procedure. I clicked on the small arrow next to the control, and in the drop-down list, I will select my new field. Now, approved, why is approved here? Or where did it come from?
Because you have copied the form.
Exactly, I copied the form with its content, with its data model. Okay, so I remember now that I need to remove this field because I don't need it. I will click on new field and I have the RAD reviewed name. I will give it a proper, remove the start. So this is a control of type string. And I don't need this line anymore. The approved line is not needed. This field is not needed anymore. So I make sure that I'm selecting it. Okay, it has a black color here next to the arrow, and then I simply delete it. Okay, so I'm pleased with my data model, and I will click OK. Why is showing that? Oh, to connect it to viewed. Okay, so this is the outcome of the radio button configuration. Let's click on save here. And that's basically it. Okay, the accounts team doesn't have a lot of things to do here. In real life, they might be checking in other parts or in other databases. Maybe they will check if this requester has other open issues financially, or does he have any debts or something like that. In our case, in our scenario, this will be the task to review the request and to mark if they reviewed it or not. Okay, so this is for the account review, the form part. I'm going to close the UX Studio, and still marking and highlighting the account review task, I will go down to the message part. Okay, so let me know that you're all here. And I can continue.
Yeah, Gil, you can continue.
Okay, so changes here will be as follows. Yeah, let's keep all this syntax, but instead of please approve, let's put here please review, like this. And the recipient, I'm going to change it as well, because this is no longer going to the service request approvers. This will go to a different group, which is the account group. Click on it like this. Now let's make sure that, let's see who is in the account group. I will go over here, edit organization. This is under service request, and the account team is, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 10. So we need to add 8 and 9. Okay. So here's 9. And here is 8. And let's do one more thing here. Yeah, let's play with it a little bit. I wanted to go only to a person here in the team, in this account team, which is an employee. Okay, so I will mark 8 and 9 as employees. Okay, so who is not an employee? Let's see. 7 is a manager and 10 is a manager. So Ratandeep and Rohan, you've just been promoted to the managers of the account team. And I'm also an employee. Congratulations on that. So this means that when I come here to the account team, let's make it a little bit more, let's fine tune it. So I wanted to go to the account group, but only to the people inside who have the role of employee. Okay, so I'm making it a little bit fine tuned. I don't need this group. Okay, this is from the previous copied task. So this is how my recipient tab should look like. I'm sending it to the accounts group, and I'm focusing on the users who have the role employee inside. And we will see it, of course, when we run the workflow and see who gets it and who doesn't. And of course, queue mode in broadcast queue. So everyone will receive it. One of them will need to fetch it. Is this clear and can I continue?
Yes, you can.
Gil, can you again please show me that screen like lab operator 1, lab operator 2, manager, employees, like how you have edited that?
This one.
Okay, wait.
This is done from, this is the organization tree, and it is accessed from the admin page from edit organization.
Okay.
I leave it open here. Okay, so if we only have to do the recipient and the message right now, I will click OK. So I have the account review task. I now need to create the local purchasing review task. Now, again, this has the same logic and the same requirements as the account review. So I will use my newly created account review as the source here. So I will copy this task and put it over here, copy and paste it, simple Control-C, Control-V. Okay, let's place it over here. And now let's do some changes to this one. Do you all have the same situation? You have the accounts review here, or the copy? Okay, so now let's make the changes here. First things first, the name should be local purchasing review. Let's copy the name to the alias as well. Let's refresh the page so we can see it. That's let's go inside here to the form. This is not accounts review. This is local purchasing review. Someone from the team. Okay, so let's someone from the team must review this request. Okay, so nothing more to change here. This is also the same task for the person from local purchasing. I will save my changes. And basically that's it for the form part of this task. So I'm going to close it. And still highlighting the new local purchasing review task, I will go to the message part. And I will change it to another group because this is not account, this is local purchasing. So I will add a group. I have local purchasing, so somewhere. There you are. Local purchasing. Again, let's confirm who is in local purchasing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, 7 and 10 should be added. Here's 7 and here's 10. I'm also inside, so that's fine. Let's keep it straightforward here without any specific roles. Edit, and of course, remove this one. So this is the recipients for the local purchasing review task. We basically repeated the steps from the accounts review, but fine-tuned it to our needs in terms of which team is receiving what. Now, of course, in real life, you won't be technical managers and members of the account review and the local purchasing review, but you understand the concept. Okay, so do you have the same topology like this one?
Yeah.
Okay, so
Yes,
now, cool. So now let's start to connect the dots here. So from the start of the container, I go to the decision making, which is this switch. So I will connect it directly from the beginning of the container. And then I will edit this switch activity. I'm entering it either by double clicking or right clicking edit. Let's call it review switch. And I've clicked on next, and now I'm in the switch activity output conditions. Let me know that you're all here.
Yes.
Okay, so what do we have here? We have the first connection here asking me where do you want to go and on what condition. Okay, so I will say I want to go to the end of the workflow if what? What's the condition to reach here?
if the technical manager is not approved.
Exactly.
Like
exactly. So if basically if I translate it to the components of the workflow, I need to locate the place where the technical manager is approving. And this will be in this activity, service request approval. Where is this approval checkbox hiding? Inside the default view table. And there it is. So this is the control or the field. But now this is not an if-else activity. There's no yes, no here. So you need to tell it what is the actual condition. So in our case, it should be equal to false, false, like this. Okay, so this is a string. And I want to see if the string is false, then go there. I will validate my expression. Okay, and it went okay. If I forget a letter here, it should shout. Okay, so false is not identified. So this is why it's important to validate your expression. And I click on OK. And there is my first connection. Okay, so let me know that you are in this position.
Egil, can you please repeat?
Yeah, after to switch. After
Okay,
that.
so first of all, selecting where you want to go from the switch, that's the target activity. I want to go to the end event, which I've added. And on which condition, I've located this field, the approved field, in the default view table of the service request approval activity. So I look here at the puzzle, or no, the navigation tree here, local purchasing, this one, service request approval, default view, approved. I double clicked it, and then it was added to the expression itself, and then I added equals false. Okay, makes sense?
Need to double click on approved, right?
Yes, I need to double click here on approved.
Then put false equals to.
Equals false, yeah. Right equals false yourself. Okay, so this is my condition, but this is only.
So this is in local purchasing, right?
This is what?
No, it's in local purchasing or what?
No, this is going to the end, according to the flowchart. If the technical manager didn't approve, then I need to end the workflow. So this is what I'm telling you. If this
event
field
2.
was false, end event 2. Yeah. Now let's see how do I configure the other target activities. So I'm adding a new connection. This time I'm telling it, please continue to the accounts review. If what? I'm still looking at
sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry. Can you go back? So can you please select first 3 dots? Event and event 2. This one, yeah, this one.
Okay.
Click it. So here, what fields need to select here in below?
Okay. So
below container. Service request approval. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that's it. Thank you.
That's the hierarchy. Inside this activity, I have a table, and this is the name of the table. Inside this table, I have a field. This is the name of the field. And what is its value?
Okay.
Now, for the account review, or if I want to reach the account review activity, I need to have, I'm looking at the same field, but this time it will go there if the value of that field is true. Okay, this is a nice validation. I will copy this expression.
Gil, it is validating based on the type of the data, right? If we give the string at the approved field, then it will take any type of string.
I know that I know that I'm looking at a string type of control. If it was,
but it is validating true or false only, right? Or it can validate any user-defined string also.
Yeah, if for example I had a combo box, if my decision was based, for example, on the region, and we had there south, west, east, and so on, then I would write here south, west, east, and so on. So it can validate any syntax. It can validate a value. Okay, you have you have all of these functions to do on the expression. Well, this is a very straightforward expression. Okay, it looks to see if a certain field has a certain value.
Yeah, if you give any double quotes, within the double quotes, you can give any type of string also right here.
Yeah, provided that that text really appears there.
Okay.
Okay, so that's the condition to reach or to move forward to the accounts review. I will do the same thing to the last activity, which is the local purchasing review. So the target activity is local purchasing if the condition is basically the same, if it is true. So if this technical manager approved this request, then it should also move to the local purchasing. I click on OK, and this is how my output condition table should look like. Okay, let me know that you have the same topology or same configuration.
Can you open the
third
local
one
purchasing review condition?
On what?
Local purchasing review condition.
It's the same condition as the account review.
Okay.
Exactly the same. Now, if you are, yeah.
And one more
actually,
thing,
I lost my internet connection, so you can continue. I will be back in 5 or 10 minutes after.
Okay. Okay.
Thank
So
you.
now, now that we have the three conditions set up, I can click on finish, and what will happen is that the switch will basically look for these activities and connect to it, like a semi-automatic connectivity. Okay, so now this is how your container should look like. Make sense? Well, it should be. Let me know that I can proceed.
Gil, can you open your account review task?
The form or the message?
No, I just want to know like what data type you have used while storing the data.
Okay. So I go to the, you don't need to double click and open it. You can highlight it and then go to the data model. I didn't use any data. I didn't use it because I created the radio button and then I binded it. So radio button is using string.
Okay, you have used here the string, but while in the condition, I guess you are using the true false.
Yes, but not on this value. I'm checking whether the technical manager approved the request or not. I know I have that information from the service request approval task. And it is coming from the checkbox that we have there, which is
They put condition over the approved column.
Yeah, let's check the conditions here. Let's pick one of them.
Approved column, yeah.
Yeah, they are all, the switch is checking the same field all the time, but it is moving to different target activities based on the value of that field. So a checkbox has two values, true or false. So this is what I'm tracking here.
Here true means it is yes, right? The radio button is yes.
The what?
If the radio button selects as yes, it will be successfully validated with true.
I'm not checking the radio button of the account review. I'm checking the approved checkbox of the service request approval.
Okay, means you are checking the activity, whether it is completed or not.
Not if the activity is completed. I'm checking if this specific field, what is the value of this specific field? So based on the value of the approved field, I will move my workflow to the proper direction. Okay, let's see it in action. So it will make more sense here. Okay, so I can run, even though that this is not a completed workflow, I can still run it in Process Lab. And I will go to the service request container and I will put my name here and select some input over here. Again, laptop, we are distributing millions of laptops here. I'm checking high priority so the workflow will continue to the task. Okay, this is the task review. I need to fetch it because I'm sending the task in broadcast queue. Now it is assigned to me. Okay, I'm looking at the request and it looks okay. Let's approve it. Okay, so I marked this checkbox. Now when I click submit, you see it automatically went to the account review. Let's see the workflow itself. This is container 2. Okay, and I'm now inside container 2. You can track the progress here. So it ended container 1, started container 2, went to the review switch. Okay, the review switch made a decision. Okay, you can see the decision here. These are the conditions inside. I'll see what is the condition here. Let's, don't need to. Okay, so the first condition is the value false? No, it failed. Is the value true? Yes, it passed. And because it passed, I'm now waiting in accounts review over here. So I will, this is the message, please review. I will select myself here or highlight myself, mark myself. And I have the accounts review. I will fetch it. And by the way, I will return it to show you. You see, this list doesn't have everyone. Okay, I don't see 7 and I don't see 10. Why?
Actually, you
They're
selected
managers.
the role employee.
Exactly. So I'm sending it to the account group, but only to the ones which has the role of employee. So I'm one of the employees. So I will click on review. Let's see what it will be doing. Okay, well, it didn't have any place to go anymore. So it went here. It was supposed to go to local purchasing as well, but let's examine that.
Hey, Gil, in
Yeah.
both
Why
of
it's
the
not
cases,
going to
it's
the local
getting through,
purchasing review?
right?
Yeah, it should go to the local purchasing review. Let's see if I missed something here, because it did pass it.
Yeah.
No, it's both of the cases, it's getting through.
Let's see.
That's why.
This is because what?
It's need to go to the both of the sides.
Okay, so it went to account review, right? It went to accounts review because it was true. It should go over here because
Last one
it's
also true.
also true. I guess that if I push both of these,
I guess we should use the split. Like, Gil, we should use the split.
The split, no, the split.
Because then the task will be split within the 2 activities, maybe.
Oh yes, sorry, I've configured the wrong activity here.
Yeah, switch will be
Wow,
defined
yeah,
only
we
one direction
need
at a
a
time.
split here, yeah. So I guess you read the information in the training guide or simply read these notes. Move the workflow forward to multiple activities in parallel. Yeah, that's the problem here. So forget this. And now we need to add a split activity. Yeah, this is the one. So I will be deleting you and quickly my mistake over here. So this is review split. Okay, but the same logic over here. So I'm going to quickly punch it inside. So approved equals false. Let's copy that. Go to accounts if equals true. Control C that and go to local purchasing. Locked over here. Like this, default view, okay. Finish. Yeah, now it's better. Let's connect it to the beginning of the container. Now let's run it in process lab. Actually, the only thing I need here is this, and let's put something here. Okay, submit it. Fetch the approval. Confirm it. Now, yeah, now it's behaving properly. Now it's waiting for the decisions from the account review and local purchasing review. Let's just confirm. Okay, account review, only the employees got it, and local purchasing, all of us got it. Okay, so if you configured the switch, I apologize for that, but now you know how to configure the switch. So replace it with the split activity, which is the correct one. Well, time check. Now it's 3:30 your time.
3:32.
3:32. You're right. Okay. Can you want to proceed and then take a short break, or do you want to take the break now? Up to you. Where are you in terms of headache and awakeness?
It's up to you. Whatever you want.
Okay, so I will give you a few more minutes to replace the switch with a split. So let me know if I can continue.
Sure.
Let's take break so that we can do this.
Sorry?
Let's take break for 10 minutes.
Okay. Okay, so now it's 3:32. Now it's 33. So let's get back at let's take 12 minutes. Okay. So 3:45. Okay, let me pause the recording.
Okay, Gil.
Thank you, Gil.
And I will continue from this point. Can I continue? Does everyone have the split activity sending its logic to 3 destinations or 3 targets like this?
Yes.
Okay, so yeah.
Can you run it again from first level to last level? I want to see.
There it is. Okay, so let's move back to okay, so now I'm in the service request form. I will submit it. This is the service request approval. It went to a queue. I'm part of the queue, so I can fetch the task. I can decide that I've reviewed it. And now there are 2 open tasks, one for accounts and one for local purchasing. And it is simply waiting for the output over here.
Okay.
So we are basing the decision of the split on a value of a certain field that was completed before. We are looking at the service request approval task, and because we submitted the task, the information from the fields of that task were added or were saved in the relevant table, and we can go there and fetch the information or compare and see what is actually written there. Another way of using previously added information locally and not going to a table is saving values in variables. Okay, and this is what we want to do in the next activities that we have here. So after the reviews, of the account review and the local purchasing review, I want to update the audit trails. Okay, so I want to capture some information from the actual activity of the accounts review and the actual activity of local purchasing review. So where do I capture it, or where do I take the information from? Let's introduce a very useful concept here of using variables. And it's not just for Cora sequence, for any solution like this. But when I stand on the main canvas and the properties are of the workflow itself, I have here under the miscellaneous properties, I have variables. Okay, so let's click on that. Now we have a set of local variables which I can create, and they will be useful in the current workflow. And I can also configure global variables that are useful throughout the server. So other workflows, if needed, can use the information that was stored in a global variable. We will be using the local variable right now, and we will use a basic usage over here. So first of all, I want to create the variables, which means the boxes that I will save information to, and then I'm going to place values inside those variables. So let's create the first one. I just want to confirm that you can all see this window. Let me know that, and I can proceed.
Yeah, continue.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so the first one will be the account reviewer. Okay, that's the name of the variable. And that will be of type string. I can control the length of what will be inside. I can decide if it will be visible or not in flow time, if it is needed for the end users. Let's keep some of them visible and some of them not. What else do I need here? Source can be taken from a specific, well, if you don't know something, you don't remember each and every part of this. Let's see, what do we have here? Oh, doesn't explain what's that. Let's look for it. I need to remember what is source. What does source stands for? Source option, the workflow variable definition. Okay, you can assign. Okay. I need to remember what is that for, but for now, let's leave it as a plain variable which accepts a string. Let's add another variable that will be account review date. So I want to capture the date when the actual account review activity has been completed. So this will be of type date time. And this one, yeah, well, let's keep these two. So one will be visible,
I want to
the
ask
other one.
one thing.
Yeah.
Like spaces are allowed in while defining the variables. Like you have given the space between the account and reviewer. Same with the account review date.
You mean in the name?
Yes, in the name, spaces are allowed. Like white spaces are allowed or not?
Yeah, in variables it is.
Okay.
It's not like the fields of the tables that you need to make sure that there are one string. Here you have a little bit more freedom, let's call it. Okay, so until now, I'm not assigning anything to it. I'm just creating the actual place where the information will be stored. So the same logic that I've applied for the account review, I want to see who reviewed it and when. I will apply it also for the local purchasing review. So that will be local purchasing reviewer of type string. I don't want to see it in float time. And the last variable is local purchasing date. And I want to see it in float time. Okay, so these are the variables that I created for the workflow, which means that if I am able to insert some value into these variables, I can then use these variables inside conditions. Okay, for example, base the split decisions on it, or automatically assign values to fields in future forms. Okay, so I simply direct the value of the field to a specific variable, provided that something has been written inside. So let's see that in action. First of all, do you have these 4 variables configured?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so up till now we have the boxes here. Let's click on OK. And let's see how do we use it inside the workflow itself. And let's see, yeah. Okay, so in order to assign a certain value into a certain variable, I have another activity which is found under the server side. Okay, this is the server side activities, and it is simply called assign. Assign values to workflow variables. So let's pick one of these activities. Let's place it under the accounts review, and let's bind it to the accounts review. And let's start configuring it. Do you have the activity attached to your container? Can I proceed?
One second.
Yeah, take your time. You know what I will do while I'm waiting? I'll simply drop another assign because I need to do it for both activities. So this will be placed nicely over here, and I will connect it like this. Okay. Is it okay to proceed?
Yes.
Okay, so let's configure the assign one activity. Double click on it. Remove this generic name and let's call it something meaningful. Update account variables. And let's click on next. So the system asks me in the assign activity window, which variable do you want to write into? And it will display all the available variables in the workflow. I would like to start with the account reviewer. Now, where do I get the information about who reviewed, who is the user who did the account review? It's not a field in the form of the task. So I need to look for it somewhere else. So the assignment will be done using the same window that you saw before when we configured the switch and the split activities. Once it appears. Okay, so I open it, it opens the variable value expression, and I have access, like I had access when I configured the split activity, I have access to all the activities, but also to the metadata of the workflow, which is this option here, and the metadata of each and every activity. So if I'm looking now for the accounts review and I want to dig out information about who completed this task and when, I will go into accounts review. It's not hiding in the default view table, it's hiding in the metadata of the accounts review. And here I have updated by, and I will pick display name. I will double click over here. So I want to store, I want to assign to this variable whatever is located in the following field in the accounts review metadata under updated by and display name. So if I am running the task, I expect to see my name or the username inside. Let's validate it and then click OK. So the assignment for the account reviewer variable is coming from the value inside this field. Make sense?
Yeah.
Okay, now I need to add another assignment here because I want to capture two pieces of information. So I'm adding a new assignment. This time I will use the account reviewer date. And I will use the same technique. Go to accounts review. Click on the metadata and pick this one, updated at. Double click, and there I have it. Click on OK, and I have the two assignments for my two variables. Okay, so before I click on finish, I want to confirm that you have the same configuration on your assigned activity.
Yes, please.
Yes.
Okay, so let's click on finish. Okay, so this is the update account variables. Let's do the same logic for the local purchasing. Double click on the second assign and we'll call it update local purchasing variables. Clicking on next and doing the same logic. This time I want to populate the local purchasing reviewer variable with the information I will find in local purchasing review activity, metadata, updated by display name. Where was it? There you are. And the second variable is the local purchasing date coming from the local purchasing review and the metadata and updated at. Okay, thinking, and voila. So let me know that you have the same configuration.
Can you explain again for local purchasing review?
It's the same logic for like we did for account review. I'm simply taking the information from a different location, from a metadata of a different activity, from the local purchasing.
Okay, okay, yes.
Okay. Do you all have it? Can we proceed? We're almost there.
Yes, Gail,
with
we can proceed.
finishing the, let's see what else is missing from the flow chart. So we approve, we have the split activity, we have the two tasks, we have assign activities to capture information from the review tasks. And now we need to make sure that we proceed with the workflow only after I get the information from these two strings, from local purchasing and from account review. So to do that, I need some kind of an aggregator. And I will find this activity under the flow button. And this is the first activity here. It's called and, enables you to continue the flow only after all the source activities connected to it have completed. So this is exactly what I need. I will click on it once to add it to the canvas. And hopefully it will be added to the canvas. Maybe you didn't click it. Let's see. Okay, so this is and one. Okay, so this is the first one. Now, nothing really to configure with this and activity except for maybe, I knew that something else would come here. I double clicked it, no worries. Okay. So for the end activity, nothing to configure here except for the name. You see, I already have the finish button here. So this will be wait for both reviews or wait for all reviews. Anything meaningful here. And I click on finish. And the last thing I need to do is to connect the edges here. So I'm clicking the first update account variable activity and connecting it to the and activity. Hopefully today, let's move it a little bit down. Like this. Let's put you up. Like this, and the same thing from the other assign activity. Like this, and of course, all the way to the end of the container, like this. Cool. So we start the container, we make a decision using the split activity. If the decision is to move forward based on the selection of the checkbox from the previous task, I will go to the accounts review and to the local purchasing review tasks. If not, I will end the workflow. Once these two tasks have been, or each one individually, once it is submitted specific information from that activity is saved in specific variables. And once both assigned activities are completed, the workflow will allow me to continue to the end of the container and currently the end of the workflow. So let's put it to the test. I want to confirm that you all have the same topology. And I can demonstrate it in Process Lab and in Flow Time. Let me know.
Yes, Gil, we can go for the Process Lab.
Okay, so let's put it to the test. What do I have here? Ah, I don't need another one. Let's go back. Let's go back here to the, yeah, why not? Okay, so this is being submitted. Service request approval. I will fetch the task. I will approve it. Now I am parked in the accounts review task, which is also in broadcast queue, so I need to fetch it as well. And I will say that I have reviewed it, and I will click submit. I get a notification your data was successfully submitted. And if I look at the process here, okay, I completed the task. I wrote, the variables were, the variables received the content. There are two ways to make sure that they receive the content. One is from the global canvas here. So stand anywhere outside a specific activity, and you have the variables property over here on the right. I'll click it, and I see that the viewer is myself. This is the updated by, and this is the updated at. And the workflow is now waiting for the other path to be completed. So the other path is the approval from the local purchasing review. So I will highlight myself over here. You see, I highlight myself in the local purchasing queue, and then I can go to the output and view the local purchasing review task. I will fetch it as well. I will mark it as reviewed, and the workflow has been successfully completed because both strings were completed and the end activity got what it wanted, so it proceeded with the workflow. Another way to view what has been assigned is in the, well, we saw the properties, okay? We saw the properties of the workflow. Now all the variables have been assigned. And of course, you can always go to the quick watch. And in the, let's remove this one. And I can fine tune my search using quick watch. I'm looking for what is written in the variables. Now, because the variables are in the workflow level, I will look for it here in the metadata of the workflows. And somewhere here I have variables. Okay, so these are the workflow variables. I want to evaluate what has been written inside, and these are the 4 variables, their name and the value inside, all nicely set up. Where's my, okay, in flow time, 7295. So in flow time, this is a completed, these are completed tasks. So I can see them over here under completed. Okay, so the number was 7295. I have the service request approval task, and I have the account review and the, okay, you see, this is the alias. I probably didn't change the alias of the local purchasing review. Let's check that.
Gil, can you approve mine as well? Like actually in the account review, I have given the role of employee. So
Okay.
I am unable to, so can you please do it from your
Yeah,
portal?
yeah, one
Yeah,
second.
same for
one
mine also.
Second. Okay, so let me just Control C, Control V. Okay, that is done. I also looking for, oh, you're supposed to be here. Let's find, maybe, I think it is in active processes, yeah. If we want to see the variables, the ones that we marked as viewable from flow time, we need to go here to processes, active processes, and look for our specific workflow. And this one. And in the completed ones, okay, you see we have here for 7925, here are the values of the variables, provided that we need them here. Now, some of you had a request, right? First of all, I need to...
Gil,
yeah.
where we will get the values of the variables?
Where do I get it?
Variables, like you have created the 4 variables. Where will I check the values?
You set the values inside using these assign activities.
Yes, but like in the flow, in the process lab, like I have run it successfully, then it will store when who has reviewed the task. So its name should be visible.
Okay, which process lab was, which process, what's the process number?
7390.
Let's check it. Wait, before that, I had a request from I guess from Ratandeep and Rohan, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so let's start with that. Let's do it from. Actually, this is a good exercise because we now need to cooperate inside. So, I should see it under my task because I was part of the. I'm part of the group there, right? So, Ratandeep, what is the number of your process? I guess this one, 7282, right?
No, you need to go to open, just you are on completed.
Yeah, we don't need that. We need to see what's open right now.
7309, like the 4th one.
7306, yeah.
Okay, so Ratandeep is 06 and Rohan is 09.
Yes.
Okay, so let's do that. Let's open this one. Okay, so this is an account review, so I will fetch it. And I will say that I reviewed it. So that is successfully submitted and it should disappear from my list. What else do I have here? 7309, the same thing. If I want to view, let's see what's going on here. What do I have here? We'll get to this. Let's see what happened here. Okay, we have the history of everything that happened here. So you created the service request details and you updated it and you created and you started and you fetched and you updated service request approval task. And then you created the account review and the local purchasing review, and you were able to process the local purchasing review, but of course you could not process the account review. So I can open and fetch it from here, which is even easier. And I will say that I reviewed it. Current work was successfully completed. That was the second one. And it disappeared from my list over here. One last thing I want to show is that in the process wall, let's see. Okay, so you see all the history here, right? Let's see if I can drag it now. So the last thing that happened here was me fetching the account review and updating the account review. Okay, so you can track who did what.
Why mine it was not going for the local purchasing review?
Okay, now I can go and examine which workflow, which instance?
7306.
7306.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. Let's see. This was done. This is strange because did you complete? Yeah, you did complete it. Who completed this? Lab operator 7. Okay. Let me quickly check. Let's see what's happening. This is service request rotten deep. Okay. This doesn't look normal because I expected to see only lab operator 7 here inside.
Actually,
so
whenever you will refresh, like click on the output, like you have a workflow and out, no, at the top. Then again click on the workflow, like it is also showing the same problem, but when I refreshed it 2-3 times like that, then automatically it will start showing you like lab operator 7.
That's not good. Let's see. Let's confirm this in the I want to check something. Service request rotten deep. Okay, let's check this workflow for a second. And I will, where am I looking for? I'm looking for the, okay, I'm looking for the approval. So I will manage here, service request approval. Let's check in only this activity. And then I will look at it from here. Okay, so now you see the issue here. What's the issue here? I'm sending it exactly default. You see, it's hard to track because there's no fetching activity here. So that should be moved to broadcast, and then it will behave normally. I mean, the workflow can proceed, but in terms of control of who did what, it's a little bit problematic. So what I need to do here is check this in, and you are able to grab it again. So that has been completed, and now I'm parking in the reviews container. And okay, so let's see. Did this? Let's see what's the conclusion here.
Hey Gil, please, can you please check 7310?
When I finish 7306, of course.
No, 7310. Okay.
Okay, so see, you hear, what's the problem here?
No, true or false. I will
there are
make it false here.
Two conditions which are false. There should be only one.
Yeah.
So did I close your workflow? No, let's open it again.
I need to make it true.
And here, this is the split. Where are you? What's the name? Review split. Review split is over here. Checking it in. Okay, yes, I do want to change. So data's for the local purchasing review. I guess it should be
false.
Should be true.
Yeah, should be true, but here is false.
It was false. Okay, now
Yeah.
it is not. And I will click on finish. Oh, come on. But I want to do it. Okay, so let's check everything in. Yeah, I guess because it affects the entire workflow and it doesn't allow me to do it. Okay, so now it should be okay. Yes.
True.
Okay, true. Now let's see this. Okay, looks okay. I will, before I go out, let's run it again. Let's roll back to, let's see if I can roll back to the split review. I'm not sure. No, let's go back here. Oh, you know what? We made two changes. Let's see the effect.
Yeah. Service equipment.
So let's go all the way back to the original form. And let's see the output here. So we have the information, we have the submit. Okay, now you have the fetching ability here. And if I fetch the task, then it minimizes it only to me. And I will click on submit. And now it's waiting in both places. So now you will be able to complete both of them. So I'm leaving this. Now what? No, no one is left behind, as I told you. So
again,
I
it will depend on your end.
Fetch the account and click on reviewed. And I will also you've done one of them.
Yes, I guess it was done by me, like 7306. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so now it is completed all the way to the end, and we found the issues. So I will release everything here.
Thank you very much.
And now you are good to go. There was another request to check another workflow, right?
Yeah, there is 7310.
Oh, that sounds good. 7310. Let's see. Okay, so far so good. You are parked in account review and local purchasing review. That's fine. So split is okay. And if I click on the output here, what do I get? I get the message, fine. And if I select myself, for example, I have a exception. RAD reviews has a selected value which is invalid because it doesn't exist in the list of items. Wow, that's nice. Let's see. RAD reviewed is a control in the form. This workflow is, which workflow? Come on.
Yeah, Parveen.
Parveen, 22nd. Okay, so let's examine that. This one.
Yeah, this one.
Okay. So we know the problem is somewhere here. I guess in the, let's see, where did it took us? The split activity is okay because it's now waiting here for the task. So it's in one of them. Let's check this one. Okay, up for grabs. Let's open it. Okay, so this is this one, and this is this one, and it is binded. Oh, here. Okay, so let's correct that. Again. That's good. I can close this, and the recipient is okay. Now let's check it. If you base the local purchasing, if you pasted it from the account, then I guess the same issue will be over here. Let's confirm that. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, same.
No
I
worries.
faced.
But you see, the message, the error message was, it gave a direction. So I'm beginning to feel confident with these error messages. Okay, so this was done. Let's go back here. Okay, and let's put some stuff over here so we know it's ours. And this is what I added. I will accept it, and now it went to account and local purchasing. I guess you have the same issue in terms of the recipients, because it's going still in default mode, so no one is able to fetch it. Let's see if I can proceed it. Okay, so this is accounts. Yeah, it's open. Yeah, it's open, so I can do it. It's not the best practice to do it, because you see, I might be able to know who did it only after it was done.
Yeah.
Okay, so this one was including the variables, and now, no, I don't want this output. I want this output. This one has, that's nice. This one has.
Gil, I have a question.
Well, yeah.
Like we have set the mail, but to whom that mail will be sent? Like it will be sent to the someone we have selected in the recipient.
If that recipient, one second, let's see if it continues. You didn't connect the and to the end container, so it didn't finish, but right now it is working properly. So let me close this and let me release myself from here. And Parveen, you are checked up and good to go. Yes, so the question was about the recipients of the task.
Yes.
Okay, so let's take
like this
one.
message will be sent on the Outlook or the mail.
The message will be sent. You see where you get it. You get it in the actual. You get it in the actual task on your flow time. Now,
okay.
if the user, maybe I got it as well. Let's see if I got it. No, but if the user, okay, one of these people here, one of the, if these users here also have an email attached to the user, because not all of us, actually your users don't have a email attached to it, a mailbox. So you see my user, which is somewhere here. Over here, I have an email here. I see that Ratandeep went and added himself here. Okay, so, and is it? Yeah. Well, I'm not sure if it will take place, if this email address will remain in your user. because we are synchronizing with the Active Directory, and I don't think you have the email in the Active Directory. But that's another issue. If the recipient has a valid email, then and you selected something else than none here in the email mode of the task, then you will also get an email to your mailbox. Okay, we haven't used it in the training, but this is a valid option, of course. So there are some prerequisites in order for you as a user to receive a mail and not just read it here from the message. Okay.
Okay.
So beside putting it to email, putting the email mode to send the link, we also need to make sure that this server has an SMTP server running on it and working. Okay, this is a very generic prerequisite from the customers. If you want to receive emails, make sure that you can send and receive them. It's not just Cora sequence here. There are other players. But yes, this is of course a valid option.
Means when the none will be selected, then only the mail will be sent, or the central link will be selected.
If all of the users have valid emails,
Okay.
and all of them are, and the recipient is in broadcast mode, then all of them will get emails.
But right now, I guess.
Right now?
Right. Actually, right now, I guess you did not get the mail. Like if you checked your Outlook, you didn't receive any mail.
I'm not sure that I have the, let's see, first of all, if the SMTP is up. And let's see if I get it. Let's see. So this is the
Engel, this is the remote desktop.
Yes. Yeah, this is running. Okay. What else do I need to check? BRS is running. Job execution is running. I think that only, 1 second, guys. 1 second. Sorry about that. I'm back. Let's put it to the test. You know what? What time is it now? 6:45, right?
No. 16:45.
16:45. Almost got it right. So actually, that's a good timing. Let's take a break now. During the break, I will confirm what I need in order to send to receive an email, not only see it in flow time, and then we can proceed. But before we break, any questions about the current? I am sharing, right? Yeah, I am sharing. Any questions about the current logic and the flow?
Actually, Gil, again, I have one question as well. Like, we have created 4 variables to store the data.
Right.
Like in the process lab, but I was unable to get that data. Like, where will I see that data?
Okay, so which process was it?
73. Wait, let me check. Wait. 7309. 7309.
That's a good one. Okay, so 7309 was completed, And under the workflow properties, you have variables. So you can check it from here. And you see that the information was indeed written. You completed the local purchasing and I completed the account reviewing. Alternatively, so this is one place. Alternatively is to look for it in the quick watch. And fine tune my search to the workflow metadata, variables, evaluate, and there they are. All your variables were assigned with actual values from the proper location. Good job.
Yeah.
Okay, so there's two places. Either from the variables then, yeah.
Yeah, please go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah, so the
Please.
variables, or either from the properties or from the quick watch. Yes, anything else?
Yes, actually, I'm only able to see for the account review, not able to see for the local purchasing.
Let's all check it. Which number?
7319.
Oh, good one. Wow, we reached that far. That's okay. Seven, 319.
Yes.
Well, it's this one.
Yes, whenever I'm going to select the variable, then I'm not getting the value exactly.
Which variables? There's nothing. You haven't reached that. Okay. And by the way, no, this is a good question. Let's see. If I stand here somewhere on the screen, variables are empty. Of course, they're empty. Nothing has been assigned to them yet.
Yes.
Remember that you created, where is it? Start. Let's see if I can reach it from here. You told the variables, take the information from a specific activity. This activity hasn't been created yet. So there's nothing to write from it. Okay, so if you proceed, let's proceed. You know what? Why not? We're already here. If I move forward with this workflow and I check high priority and I reach their approval and I will approve it. Now I'm in the account review, so I will fetch that as well. And I will mark it as review and I will submit. Now let's see where we are. You see the assign activity worked. And if I check now the variables, it's here.
Yeah.
But you cannot write to it unless if it's not created. If the value is not in the database, then nothing will happen. Okay, so let's continue this one. Yeah, till the end. And I will fetch this like this, and that should end the workflow. Cool. Now all of the variables have been written.
Okay, great. I think
Good
some
job.
debugging
Good
issue.
job. Okay. Anything else before we break? Okay, so let's do it. Let's take a 12-minute break, and if you can be back at 5 p.m., that will be fine.
Okay, good. We will back after
Okay.
12 minutes.
Okay, so we were before the break. We talked about sending task notifications to users. Okay, not just from the flow time, but from other means of communication like email. I'm still waiting for the mail to come for my accounts review. I'm not sure that it will come because, and this is related to another functionality, the logic or the reason to send an email of a task to a certain person is usually related to the fact that he should not only receive the information or a message that he has a task, but also the ability to actually execute the task. For example, if the technical manager is not in front of his portal right now, I want to be able to send him a mail, but inside the mail, allow him to approve or decline the service request. So that's another issue. We will handle that with a specific feature which is called one-click action. But the notification about you have a task is not part of the let's call it the day-to-day activity. Okay, so we do have an option for receiving information by mail about a task. This is done with this property over here, which is called one-click action, which we will cover, I think, tomorrow. But of course, it is available. Sending just the message here is not enough. Let's call it. Okay, I hope it clears it. It will be clearer when we do the one-click action exercise, so that will complete the picture. But yes, I totally agree that there should be some other means of communication besides only looking at the flow time page on my tasks. It is available, but wait and see. Okay, so that's for what we had up till now. Any questions again about, where is it? About this part, what everything that happened here. Okay, I want to confirm that everyone can run the workflow at least once till the end over the two containers. So all the problems of queue modes and variables, everything is sorted out. If the answer is yes, then I will proceed. If you didn't,
Agil, you can proceed.
okay, yeah, I thought you all disappeared or went away or something. Okay, so let's see where we are in terms of the training guide. So what have we done today? Well, 6 is, yeah, we've done debugging the workflow. We've been debugging it from day one, so that's okay. We did talk about task message routing, and we created the review task, and we added a split, and we talked about workflow variables, and we added the AND activity. So now we are in exercise 12. Oh, nice. Linking a combo box to a lookup table. So let's do that. I hope that I hope we will have time today to start even exercise 13, which means that for sure we will complete the workflow by tomorrow and have some even extra time to go over more exercises like the one-click action, which I want to cover as well. And then we do have another day. We do have day 5, not this week, but next Monday. So for that, okay, let's see how we progress. You might get some homework to do on Friday, but let's see how we progress tomorrow. Okay, so we want to add a combo box which is connected to a lookup table. Okay, so let's return to the original form. And Open it. Okay, so currently we have this option of a combo box for the region, for the selection of the region, and we are basing the we've edited the options ourselves. So we manually added the choices, and this table, this list of choices is relevant only for this combo box and for this form, and of course for this workflow. Another option, the second option, is to connect the combo box to a generic lookup table, which is a resource that anyone can use in the system. Okay, so we can pick an existing lookup table and use that for the combo box. We can edit a certain lookup table and add values to it, and that will be affecting anyone who is using the combo box. Or we can create one of our own, and this is what I'm going to show in this exercise. So I want to add another row here with another control for selecting a certain department. Okay, so I'm repeating now a process that we already seen and done. I want to add a row between name and region. So I will be standing on one of the objects here, confirm that I'm selecting row here at the bottom options here, the bottom bar that I have here. And once the row is selected, I will click on the arrow for the row tasks and select add row above. I will immediately place a label inside, and under the label, I will drop a combo box. Okay, so proceed with these tasks and let me know that I can continue.
Yeah, continue.
Okay, so
continue.
the label will be translated into department, and the ID will be LBL department. The combo box itself will change its ID from combo box 1 to CBO department. And I will save these changes. And now I will go to my data model. Now, the current resources are the two tables, the one that came with the form and the one that we created to populate the information from the grid. Now let's go add a lookup table. Okay, so go to your define data model window and click on add and select lookup table. That should bring you to the lookup table properties window. And if everyone is here, then we can proceed.
Yes, please.
Okay, if everyone is here.
Okay.
So
Yeah,
we have here a very long list of lookup tables, UTCMB, user table combo box, if I remember it correctly. That's the abbreviation of UTCMB. As I said, I can base my I can use an existing lookup table, but for the sake of the exercise, we will add a new lookup table. So click on the Add button. Okay, so you reach the data fields window. And in the name property, change it to department and put your first name and put today's date, which is 24 November. So the display name in the previous list will become, of this new lookup table, will become Department Gear 24 November. The UTCMB has not been changed. This is kept for the database purposes. Okay, so reach this situation, okay, change the name so we can easily identify your lookup table inside the long list of lookup tables, and let me know that we can proceed.
Yes, please.
Okay, I'll take that as a generic yes. Of course, there is no point of having a lookup table if we don't have any fields inside. So let's add a new field. And this field name will be department, and it will be of type string.
Hello.
Okay, if you have that, then we can continue with the configuration. Let me know.
Yeah, please.
Yes, continue.
Okay, and let's click on OK. And our new, once you click on OK, you go back to the list of lookup tables. I have mine here, Department Gear 24 of November. Okay, of course, I can go and edit it if I need to add fields or we need to change anything. Currently, I don't want to do that. Okay, let's see if we have other people joining. Where am I? Department. Okay, I probably need to refresh it. And let's click on OK. The outcome should be another data source of type lookup table, which is added to your data model. If you have any outcome which is different, then let me know. Let's close this and open. Let's see if you added it. Data model here, edit.
Will from where we can add the lookup table properties?
The list of what?
Lookup table from where we can click the open this pop-up.
You mean this one from, if you want to add a lookup table to your data model?
Yeah, yeah.
I've clicked on add and selected lookup table.
Okay.
Now you can see that some of you have already added.
I also did.
Yeah, I have Parveen and Prashant, Ratandeep, Rohan, and Amitesh also here. Yeah, top of the list. Who else? Vijayendra is here. Okay, so almost everyone has it. Let's wait a few seconds. Okay, so again, the end result should be another data source. Yes.
I'm unable to update my name in the lookup table.
Did you
Can you
create it?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, let
Like
me.
after selecting add, and let me share my.
Yeah, let's see that, because otherwise you will be kept with the UTCMB long name, which is not user friendly. You can manage, but
Like from here, I need to add it.
so did you create it already?
No, I didn't create it. I was.
Okay, so you're here for the first time.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, so click on add for to add a new lookup table, and here under the name property on the right, yeah,
Okay.
replace it with your name, department, and your personal name, your first name, and the date, today's date. I'm not sure if it will accept spaces, so put an underscore or something like that. Okay, and
Here also.
it will update it automatically.
Yeah, okay.
And now, before you go out, click on Add New Field, and change the name to Department. Okay. And okay, now if you scroll down a little bit in this huge list, you should see your newly created. There you are. Okay, so now you're click OK and confirm that it has been added as a source. So now we have a lookup table. I'll be putting back my screen. Now we have a lookup table available for us and also for the rest of this installation. If I go, let's refresh the page here and go to lookup tables over here under administration. I should see, not yet, I guess. Where is my service request?
Gil at the top, like scroll, again scroll, wait.
Hey, here it is. Yeah.
Yeah.
Request. This is me. Okay. And inside I have my lookup table, which is of course empty. Okay, so I can add values from here, and of course it will update this lookup table, and anyone who has access to the admin here can basically either change lookup tables or simply use them in his or her workflow. Okay, so this is a global resource. So we will be doing the changes from here. Okay, I'm back to the UX Studio. I press on the lookup tables data. It will show me the relevant tables which are associated with this form. And I would like to manage the data of this lookup table. So I highlighted the lookup table and click on Manage Data. So currently it's empty. I will start adding some information here. Simply add names of departments. Any entry here will get an FLD ID. Let's add HR. And let's add IT department. Yeah, why not? Whatever I have there. Support and
like developer as well.
You want developer? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Developer. Okay. Okay, so now I have 5 values inside. This will represent what is the department the request is coming from. Okay. In the logic of my story, I'm pleased with this result. I will click on X, and I will close my lookup table data window. Okay, so your lookup table should look something similar to this. A few entries, each one representing a different department. Let me know that you have it.
Yes, Gil.
Okay. So this is the building block. Now I need to associate my new combo box to this lookup table. How do I do that? The same way I binded the previous controls, I select the control, the department combo box, and I click on the small arrow and I go to data field. I have the list of available fields. I need to create a new field. This one will be called department, but it is not expecting input of type string. It is expecting a different input, which is called, where are you? This one, list, data source based. Okay, so make sure that you are with me in the configuration and you added a data field, called department, and it is of type list data source based. Everyone is here?
Yeah, proceed.
Yes.
Okay, so you notice that next to the name, we have 3 dots. So let's click on it. And the system will ask us, okay, what do you want to base your list on? And I will base it on my newly created lookup table. If I click on edit, it will bring me back to the table. I don't want to do that. So I selected the lookup table and I clicked on next. And I am over here. Define association for query department guild 24 November. So there are 2 things to do here. One is already done for us, is to select and define the key for this association. The default is the FLD ID, or the number which was given to each of the values in the lookup table. And the next thing is to ask me, what do you want to display in that combo box? So I have two columns there. One is the field ID and one is the department. So I will select department.
So when the drop down, the department name will be visible.
In the drop down?
Like we have a combo box. So whenever I will click on the combo box, so a drop down appears. So when the drop down,
now,
we have a department name.
It means that what I will see in the combo box are the values coming from the department column of this lookup table, not the numbers of the FLD IDs, but the department, but the actual text of the departments.
Okay.
Okay, this is basically the field that you have in the lookup table. So if you've selected department, you can now click on finish. And you will see the change inside the data model. Okay, so the department field is binded to this lookup table. And it will show here the name of the lookup table and whatever is inside of it. So we have the field ID as the key, and we have the department field, which is of type text string. Now I want to make sure that everyone has this selection before we click on OK. So let me know
Yes.
Yes.
can I proceed? And I will click on OK. The system will tell me that the data field doesn't match the data source. I need to connect it to it. And now I'm back in the combo box. And the combo box now looks a little bit different. Let me close it so you can see. So first of all, it is associated to his own data source, which is the name of the lookup table. And you have the same explanation, let's call it, also inside the combo box task. So you have the query name, and you have the data text field, which is department, and the value, which is the field ID. Okay, so there's a lot of information here, but we kept our lookup table simple, so we have only one field. So there you have it. One last thing to configure is to check this nice checkbox, enable automatic load on demand, which means that whenever the form is loaded for the user, the lookup table is already loaded in the background. So you don't need to wait when you click on the combo box to wait for the values to appear. They will appear much faster. So that's it basically. I can save my changes and again confirm that my department combo box is connected to the query name of the lookup table. Data text field is department, pointing to this field in the lookup table. The value field is coming from the FLD ID. And this is the binding, the data field binded to a field called department. And automatic load on demand is enabled. Okay, so this is the configuration. Let's validate and run it in process lab and see the behavior. Okay, so I have now a new combo box, and this is something for with Google, with Chrome. Keep showing my, what's this, manage address. Yeah, this one. I hope this is enough. Yeah, now it's better. So I have here the list of, I have here the content of the lookup table. Okay, I can select one. And because this is a generic, let's call it a resource. Okay, so if I go to my lookup tables over here and again try to find my, there it is. Okay, if I add a record over here, marketing, let's go, we didn't have marketing there, so I'm going to add it. And when I go back to my workflow, there it is, marketing is updated over here. Job done. I want to confirm that everyone has the same behavior.
From where did you add in marketing?
I can add it in two places. I can go to my lookup table data, open it and click on manage data and add add records here, or I went to the admin page, located my lookup table under my workflow and added it from here. It is all pointing to the same location. Okay then, so that was very much straightforward. So we have here
Gil,
two
for
options. Yeah.
Yeah, Gil, for me, data source is not populating under the combo box
Data source is not.
in the UX design.
Okay, let's see that.
Yeah, can I? Yeah, yeah.
Okay. What do you have here connected to?
It is department one.
Okay, so let's go to the data model. And look on the default view. And edit this. Again, next. Okay, when you clicked on okay here. Okay, let's remove this field and bind it again. Click on the department field. Something is missing here in the configuration. Yep, remove it. Okay, no, don't edit from here. Remove that, we don't need that. We will go from the combo box directly. Click on finish. Go back to the form itself. Okay, and now let's click on new field. Let's see if it will behave nicely. Select list data source base. Okay, let's 3 dots here, yeah. Click here and click next. Select the department. So far, so good. Let's click on finish. We have it here. If I click on OK, it pop up in question. Yes, I do want to connect to the data source. And now I should see it in my combo box. Click on OK. Click on the combo box again. Did you click on connect to data model from here or click anything else besides?
From here on.
Okay.
I think ID which you added in the table where the ID field, the name is I think something missing.
Well, you can add it. You can add it manually. Let's see if you can add it manually. Click on connect to data model here, and click on. Oh, okay. Go back to the combo box. Query name should be number. This is the name of your combo box, right? Text field is department. This is coming from the FLD ID. Click on enable automatic load on demand. And click on save. That's cool. Click on save the form. And now let's test it.
Yeah.
It should have done it automatically the first time. Something was missing there, but we've created it manually. Let's check it in process lab. Let's see what we get. Or even flow time. No, it doesn't matter. There they are. Okay. So they are connected properly to the data model, and you can select. Oh, can you select one of the options? Yeah. Okay. It keeps there. It stays there. Fine. I think you're good to go.
Yes.
Okay, anyone else facing a problem? Okay, so that's option 2 for populating a combo box. We still have one more option to cover later on. Let's see what's next. Let's see what's next.
Will, I have a question.
Yeah,
Like I want to share something. Like I want to ask.
go ahead.
Like I have filled the form, like as you can see, and as I
Okay.
clicked on the quick watch and evaluate, I saw like why the field is like department twice.
Department is the name of the field, and so you have two fields in your lookup table, FLDID and department. This is how we called it. And it shows the name of the binded control.
Wait,
It's not a mistake. So it's not a duplication of something. We simply called it the same. If you called one of them departments and one department, then you will see the difference.
Okay, wait. Like one department is this and the other okay, I did the mistake.
Yeah, the other one is
I have written it.
Yeah, so it's not a mistake. I'm not sure that it will take this. Let's see if this thing's, if you allow it, because you're trying to change. Let's see. I'm not sure. I never tried to change it. Let's see what it does.
It was successfully.
Okay. Let's run it in process lab to make sure. That's my criteria. If you are able to save it before you run it.
Yeah, first I need to save it.
Yep.
Yeah, it has.
Now it's better. Okay.
Like I am not clicking the high priority, I'm direct ending it.
Okay, cool. So you want to see it finished.
Yeah, it is
Okay,
finished.
now
without
go
an
to
error.
do the same evaluation in Quick Watch. Yeah. What are you evaluating? The form? The service request details form.
My service request form.
Okay, and the table. The default view table.
Default table.
Yeah. Show me what was written in the default view table. Okay, evaluate. Did you click evaluate? Now you did. Okay. And the results are. Okay.
Yeah.
Field and name.
Now it is department ID and the department name.
Yeah.
It is showing me both. Yeah. Okay.
Okay, cool. Anyone else? Okay, so with no further questions, let's see what we have here. Validation, right? Input validations. Okay. So up till now, let's see if I have any unneeded. Let's keep this one. What else do I have here? Don't need this. Okay, so up till now, we were able to test our work by simply we just needed to click on high priority in order for the workflow to proceed. We didn't have any fields here which are mandatory. And And now it's time to add some validations and to introduce you to the various validations options which are available under the validation box over here. So we'll start with the simplest one, required field validator. This will.
You need to share your screen.
Your screen is not visible.
I thought you were imagining everything. Now you can see it, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so I don't need to repeat myself, but I am here in the UX Studio, and I want to talk about the various validators that we can add to controls and to the entire form. So we'll start with the required field validator. This is simply, you know it from real life. You have the red asterisk or usually a red asterisk saying that this field is mandatory, or if you want to submit a form, you get a message stating that you are missing one of the, you forgot to fill something. Okay, so that's the purpose here, and we can make a field required in two methods. So the first method is to let's do it on the name field. So I'm placing my cursor next to the name field, to the control, and I click on required field validator. So this added this activity here, or this control here, and let's see what we need to configure for it. So the first thing is the ID, required field validator 1. We don't need this entire name, so we'll give it RFV for required field validator, and the name of the control, which is name. What else do I need here? Change the name. We will decide what will be displayed in the error message. Okay, currently it says required field validator. No, don't do that. Don't forget your name. Okay, so that will be the message displayed. And the last thing to tell it is which control to validate, because the fact that we place the cursor under the name control doesn't mean that we are associated with the name control. So I need to tell it from the behavior property attribute called control to validate. I need to tell it which control to look for, and I will be connecting it to txt name. And that will do the job. Okay, so I have the ID, which I changed. I have the error message, which I changed. And I have the control to validate, which I had to enter. Let's click on save. And when we go and test it, let's go back here. If I try to submit, I get a message, don't forget your name. And now if I type anything inside and move to other controls, then that notification disappears. If the control is empty, it will tell me. Okay, so that's quite straightforward. So let me know that you were able to achieve this.
Yes, Gil.
Okay, so
Yeah,
it's 4 steps. Add the validator, change the ID, change the error message, and change the control to validate. A quicker way is done from the control itself. So for example, for department, I click on the task here, and almost all of the control types have this option over here, add required field validator. So I will click on it. You think you didn't see any change, but it added this asterisk over here. So now this is the actual control. It is already connected to my required field. And all I need to do is give it an ID of RFV department and change the this one. Let's remove this nice asterisk and leave it as a more meaningful and something that a person can see. So in this case, it automatically took the name of the ID of the control and added is required. So let me just remove the CBO, and I'm left with a very nice message over here. Click on save.
Actually, Gil, how you set the color red?
1 second, let me just confirm that I really did it properly.
It's just above the 4 color over text.
Okay, so
Okay.
now if I click submit, I have two messages. Now for the color, there is an attribute there, yeah, for color over here. By default, it comes in red, so that's usually what is used. Okay, so these are the two methods: either add the control or stand on the actual control and click on add required field validator. Now we can go and fill the rest of them. I don't want to do that because I think you got the point. Okay, so let me know that you have the form is behaving according to the required field validator. And if the answer is yes, then we can continue.
What changes you had made in department, like error message and
I've selected the default. Okay, so let's do it again. Let's do it for email again. Okay, so email, add required field validator. Now we have already the error message. I'm just remove the TXT. I will put here RFV email. I will remove the asterisk here from the text, and there you have it. Required field validator for the email. And you can go on and on to all the other controls here. Now notice that if I add the required field validator control, checkboxes don't have a required field validator, so we can add it from the outside. Okay, I don't need this one. Okay. So name, department, and email. This is mandatory for me, so I will keep these three with required field validators. Okay. With your permission, let's move to the next one.
Yeah, please.
Okay, next in line is range validator. For that, I will add another control, which is called service cost. And I will put it, okay. So under date, I will add a row. Okay, so I selected the date row and I will add, actually I will add 2 rows. Add row below 1 and 2. This row will have a label and a numeric text box. This guy over here, numeric text box. Okay, and while we are here, I will populate the other row with a label and a date picker. This one. Okay, so these are the new add-ons to my form. For the numeric text box, that will be, the label will be service cost with the label LBL service cost. And this one will be, we will use it in a few minutes. This will be due date. This will be LBL due date. Okay, so these are the new players in my form. Make sure you save your changes and you have it in the same topology. And let me know that I can proceed. All good? Or do you need a minute or two?
Yeah, Gil, give us 2 minutes.
Okay.
Gil, what is the below the service cost? Is it a text box or what is it, a range?
Service
Is it
cost is a numeric text box.
numeric text box? Okay. Hey Gil, when I select a row, then automatically it is selected 2.
No, can be. But you have 2 new rows?
No, can I share my screen once?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, here you can see. If I select this row ID, then automatically it is selected 2.
That's, and if you select the region row, is it the same thing?
I'm checking. No,
No,
for
the
that.
region, this is an individual row, okay, but the date,
Yeah, it is 2.
so I guess you have there two.
Or-
Did you add? Well, it's only an appearance issue. You can remove them and add you can add a row, but not a column. Let's see the source here. Let's compare the source. Go to the source.
Here.
No. Source downstairs. Next, downstairs. Yeah. At the bottom of the page, you have design, split, and source. Yeah, this one. Okay, so which were the problematic rows?
I think that is date and email.
Date and
Both
email.
date
Okay,
and-
so let's see where. Okay, select. Where's the date? This is name. This is department. Okay, go a little bit down. Date.
date.
Okay,
Date. And
and
that
then
email.
we have email. Okay, so line 44. Let's see where I have it. Date. Okay, so date is in a row. Okay, you see line 44? Stand
Yeah.
on line 44. You see this is the content of this row. So this row contains both the date and the email, right? It's supposed to be individual row for each one of them. So what you can do after, let's see, after date. Okay, so the row should contain, let's see, you have the column, and then you have run at server, and then you have the actual text box for date picker, and then it is binded, and then it is closed. So click on, stand on row 44 again.
Okay.
No, stand on the word SQF row. So we'll see where it starts and where it ends. Yeah, click here. Click somewhere on the row. Yeah, click here.
Yeah.
No. Click on the word class in row 44.
Yeah.
Click on the word class. No. Yeah. Okay. So you see, click on it again. So we see where it starts and where it ends. It should highlight the entire.
You can click on a minus symbol 44. Minimize that.
Yeah.
Okay, stand here. Okay. Just left click once. No need to expect. No need to inspect. Okay, or stand on SQ or F, something like that. Let me request remote control and we'll look at it together. Okay, so you can control Parvin's screen now. Great. So if I stand here, okay, this is what I wanted. So this is one column, or this is one entity which holds the email.
And date.
And this is another, like a column in there. The row itself, you see, it starts at 44 and ends at 56. So what we need to do, I think, if I can simply place after div, yeah. If I take this one, copy 56, Control C, and place it under 49. and save it.
And we have to add one more row after that.
Now, this is one row, you see? And email is, oh, it's not even a row, right? So that should be after between 50 and 51. Control that and control that. That should do the trick. Let's see. I have someone who is joining and going out, joining and going out. Who's that? Okay, now let's see the design. So this is a row, and this is
Another row, yeah.
also a row. Okay, so we did some construction work here inside. And now it looks, but if you have additional, you had two more rows which were behaving like that, right? I think here, due date and service cost.
Okay, I will change for them.
Exactly. Okay, so let me
Yeah, okay, thank you. I am
stop
stopping.
remote and okay,
thank you.
back here. Okay, so where were we? We added two rows here. So let's finish the configuration of the rows and then go to the range validator. So for the service cost, I will call it in the ID txtn service cost, and I will bind it to a new field. Whole number in 32, that's enough. And the due date will be DTP due date, and it is also connected to a new field, which is of type date. And I can proceed now with the range validators. Save it and let's continue. Okay, so range validator, you can tell from the name. I want to create like a minimum and maximum for the amount that I can put in the service cost. Okay, so that's my range. So I will place my cursor next to service costs. First of all, can I do that? Can I proceed and add the validator, or are you still configuring the fields? What do you say?
Gil, give us 2 minutes, 2 more minutes.
Yeah.
Can we add the required field to the grid?
You can add it to specific columns in the grid, and that is covered in another exercise called grid validation, which you are welcome to do after we finish training. But yes, of course, the answer is yes.
Okay.
The grid is like a table within a table, so you are able to decide if one column in the grid is required or not. A perfectly reasonable request.
Gil, are you already put a range validator here?
Put the what?
Range validator. Are you
Oh,
already
not yet,
put it?
not yet. I just did some construction work here.
Okay.
Now I'm ready if you are ready.
Yeah, proceed.
Okay, so I'm placing the cursor next to the new service cost control, and I will look for validation and range validator. So what do I add over here? Let's start from the top of the properties. The ID is RV for range validator, and then
Service cost.
yeah, keep it. Okay, and then I have to amend my error message. We'll put it like value must be between 1 and 1000. Okay, and then control to validate. I will pick the TXTN service cost. I will put the maximum value to 1000. I'll put the minimum value to 1. And I will change the type, not to string, but to integer. And that is all I have to do for the range validator. So again, give it a proper ID, write a proper error message, connect it to the control you want to validate. In our case, we are looking at a maximum value of 1000 and a minimum value of 1, and it should be of type integer. If you configured all of that, you should be able to work with this range validator. Let's see that. If I put here 2000 and go out of it, it doesn't allow me. If I put 0, it's still shouting. If I put 1, it's okay. Put 999, also okay. Even 1000 is okay. The range is also included, but this is already out of range. Okay. Quite straightforward. Any problems that you're facing, or is it behaving the same way?
Yeah, well, mine is behaving the same way.
Okay. Let's hear some more feedback. Is it okay to proceed?
Yeah, proceed.
Okay, so the next one is a nice one, and this is the regular expression validator. Now, this has a wide range of usage. Determine that your email address is indeed with an email address structure. Determine that you've entered a valid credit card number. These are the examples that pop into my mind. There are many more examples, and we have them over here. I think this one. This is a nice place for finding regular expressions. Over here, regular expression examples. And you have very nice content here for email addresses, for example. Okay, so it's a big subject. We're going to use a simple regex to validate an email structure. It doesn't mean that the actual email that I type is a valid one, but at least it's expecting, just for the sake of the exercise, to see that if I try to add a certain structure, it won't allow me. It should be in a certain format. So let me just put this in everyone's chat box. Another useful site is this one, I think. Regex 101. It allows you to build the expression and then test it. This is another useful one. By all means, check it out. Okay, for our purposes, let's see. Where did I keep it? Decision boxes, naming to share with trainees. There you are. Okay. So let's see what we have here. Opened in a different one. Okay, this is what I wanted. Email template example. Copying that. Put it in the chat. Okay, so it's in the chat for everyone. And let's return and utilize it. So I want to use it on the email control. So I will place my cursor next to the already validator that I have here, the required field validator that I have. I will pick the regular expression validator. Before I proceed, did you all reach this location? Can I proceed from here?
Gil, I want to know how long the session will continue now.
Hey, what time is it now?
Actually, it's 6:13 India Standard
Okay.
IST. Actually, I have a stand-up meeting with my team and manager also. So at 6:30. Now it's 6:13.
Okay, so we won't go until 6:30. If that is the case, then I will finish with this regular expression.
Okay.
And we will continue tomorrow.
Okay. Thank you. Continue.
Okay.
Okay.
So where I was adding the regex validator. Let me know that you also have it. And we will do some construction work on it. Okay, can I proceed?
Yeah.
Yes, please.
Yes.
Okay, so standing on the regular expression validator, I will change the ID to regex and email, right? I'm checking the email. I will put the message invalid email structure. Yeah, let's go with that. Structure and control to validate will be txt email. And validation, where are you? This one. Validation expression, this is the most important one. Here I place the cursor next to the name, confirm that I have the box open, and I copy the expression which I shared with you in the chat window. And there it is, paste. So from top to bottom, I change the ID. I change the error message. I connected it to the proper control, and I provided the validation expression. If all is good, then we can save the form and test it. So if I type Gil and go out, it says invalid email structure. Okay, so maybe it's Gil dot. Is that enough? Oh, my full name. No. Maybe at is enough. No. So is that enough? Genpack dot. No. Digital. That's good. Okay, so it looks for a certain structure. And by the way, if you go to this page, regex 101, and you paste the expression over here, it brings you a breakdown of what each and every part of the expression is doing. Okay, so it's really nice to understand, and you can also test it over here. The thing is that this is not completely bulletproof because it's looking for a structure, not for an actual email. So if I type g.s at genpack.digital, this is also a valid structure. So he's expecting a letter and then a dot and then another letter and then the @ sign and then letters, dot, and more letters. So even if this is, if for this expression it passed, but the system will have to have another mechanism to make sure that this is a valid email, or simply try to send it and come back with a message like I got from a few of you this week that you are not, your email is not reachable. Okay, but the idea here is to provide the concept and how to use the validator. Okay?
Yeah, it is working, but not properly. It will take my email ID not valid.
If what?
It will not take my email ID valid.
Because you have a dot, you don't have, you have only one, there's no dot in the middle. Let's see. I think it's also Gil at g.d, is that fine? Yeah, also, no, so he's waiting for a dot here. This is not a valid structure, but dot something is valid. So
You
no,
will
they-
find only for @ and dot.
Yeah, I think that, yeah, this is it, matches the character with index. So it's not, I guess it's not mandatory, this part of the index. In any case, this is the regex validator. So we covered these three: required field, range, and regex. We will continue from this spot tomorrow. So we'll add these validators and then continue with the material. Again, do all of you, including Pallavi, do you have the guide? The PDF guide?
I don't have guide. Actually, my manager was saying that he can't send because that.
Yeah.
Gil, can you
This-
share? Gil, can you share this in the chat box? Like in the chat box, we have an option to upload, I guess. Maybe
I will
in this
try.
chat box.
Let's see, in the chat box, let's see, chat box,
Maybe till Friday it will be configurable.
save chat, participants, where do I have that? Microsoft SharePoint. Well, you eventually you will have the valid email address, right?
I think also it also will work whenever you are using your Genpact email until I think she cannot download. Maybe you can try.
No, I don't see an option to upload here from the
It's at the
chat.
chat text.
Let's see. Board meeting. You have it open. I think it was closed by Genpact in order to prevent such leakage. When are you expected to get the email properly, Pallavi?
My manager was saying till Friday, maybe.
Until Friday, okay. Can any of you share it? No, you can't because it's on your. Anyone else has it? Yeah.
No. We can't share this until our IDs are not configured.
Yeah, I guess
I
so.
talked to my manager as well. They were telling it can't be shared until your email IDs are not configured.
Okay, so let me ask you this: do you have access to Genome, Pallavi?
Yeah.
You have access to Genome. Okay, so that's fine because let me quickly open it. I know you want to. If anyone needs to drop, then feel free. We will meet again tomorrow. And I'm not going to cover any new material right now, but let me see. If you are able to access Genome, then you are able to access this
E-learning.
PS developer learning path. Let me.
Yeah.
You have access here?
Yeah.
Okay, so the guide is divided into 7 modules over here. So everywhere you see hands-on exercise, this is part of the guide, the same guide that I'm showing.
Okay.
So you can access it from there, and each one of these parts has specific exercises, so you can go over it from here.
Okay.
And when you have an email, then you can get the complete PDF for you to cover. Okay.
Gil,
Yeah.
yeah, actually, I want to know how to fill that training track sheet that you shared me. How to fill Genome e-learning sheet?
Do you all have time right now, or am I?
No, actually, I will start from tomorrow, today, because I was not able to access that Genome.
Okay. Well, the material that we are covering in the 5-day training is the material that you will see in the iLearn. So I don't think you need to go over it again.
Okay.
Because we will basically cover all of it during the training. 1 second, please. Hello.
Sorry.
מה קורה? מה קורה? אני כבר מסיים פה הדרכה 2 דקות ואני מגיע. אתה תספיק לעשות את העץ הגדול היום? כי עדיף לי שלא לקבל תלונות מבור ל10. הבנתי. אני 2 דקות מצטרף אליך. יאללה, ביי, תודה. Yes, sorry. So, as I was saying, the whole purpose of this 5-day training was to avoid the e-learning modules.
Okay.
Because they are basically covering the same topics and more. So we will cover more topics during the training. So I think you are clear with that. So in terms of going over this material, we are basically going over this material, but with me. And if you have the training guide, this thing, then you actually have all these hands-on exercises as well. So your contact with Genome will start after we finish the 5-day training with this Greenway exercise.
Okay.
But that will be done later on next week. So for now, where are we? We are in exercise 14. By all means, if you have time tomorrow before the training, you can go over the exercises we've done today and confirm that you've configured everything accordingly. And we will simply continue with the content until we finish. The aim is to finish tomorrow the whole workflow plus some additional stuff. And then we will see. We will take it step by step. Okay?
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so we will meet again tomorrow, same time, same Zoom session. And we will continue to expand our horizons. Okay?
Okay,
I
thank you
thank
so
you
much.
for your time
Gil.
and have a
Yeah,
good
thank you,
evening. Stay safe. Yeah, bye.
Thank you,
Thanks,
Gil.
everyone.
Bye-bye.
Thank you, Gil. Bye bye.
Bye-bye.